Good morning. How are we doing? It's another wonderful day of monsters and memories and Friday afternoon or mornings for me. Yeah. Excuse me. Excuse me. Anyway, how's it going? Mr. Late appears. I wasn't that late. I was downstairs and I was getting a drink, and my son's apparently sick, so he's going to be coming over here instead of going to school today. So I'm going to have to take a quick break and grab him. But yeah, I was downstairs and I was just sitting there talking. I looked down at my phone. I'm like, oh crap, I gotta go. So yeah, had to run upstairs real quick. Let me turn this down a little bit more. My goodness, the music is so loud for me. Is it loud for you guys, or is it okay? It should be okay. Good morning. What's going on, sup, baby? Setfer, how you doing, bud? Magicot, welcome back. Let me switch this over to our live screen, whatever we want to call it, and let's go check out what's in store. Things we can talk about today. There's been a lot more discussion on XP rates. That's the wrong thing. This has been in the closed channel. Don't tell anybody. We've been talking a lot about XP rates lately. This is a pretty big discussion going on in the closed channels. Trying to get XP rates, in a good place. This is something that was talked about on Sean's stream yesterday. And I think it's very important, because I don't want the game to take forever, but I also don't want people going from level 1 to 60 in just a couple weeks. A lot of people that come from other MMOs like World of Warcraft or, some other MMOs, they're like, oh, if you can't get there in 3 or 4 days, less than a week, then, you're not doing it right. I want to say that wasn't there a new World of Warcraft server that just came out? And people were like, I can't believe in 3 days people already got to 70. I only got to 65 or whatever it was. And I'm like, what? Like, you shouldn't be getting to max level in just a few days. And I'm tired of seeing that. Like, that's the norm these days. Like, it's an MMO. MMO kind of stands for a lot of things, but it's like an MMO RPG. It should take a while to get there. Drives me nuts. Music volume's fine. Good. Been working through the Phalandraw starter quest. The fighter one is epic with great rewards. Really? It's a different reward, Magicot, than the one over on the other side? I did the Bard. I did the Bard starter quest, and that one was fun. Actually, Setfer told me about the Bard starter quest, and he's like, dude, that one's hilarious. They like throw tomatoes at you. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna go check it out. So I did the Bard starter quest, and it was good. Let's see. It's less the leveling speed and more the culture around it that bothers me. Yeah, the mighty Jabu. I can see that. I mean, I'm the type of person that likes to get through the levels, right? I love to get through the levels. That's my favorite part of MMOs is getting in, grinding out the levels, getting to the end game, hanging out with my friends, spending hundreds of hours hanging out with my group of friends, just chatting with them and playing. So I understand why some of these people have the mentality of wanting to get to level 60 for this game and wanting to do the end game and all that. I get it. I just really don't understand why developers are making the game so... The bad word I'm going to use here is accessible. I want a game to be accessible, but I don't want it to be so easy, like as far as I can log in, I can play at my own pace and get to max level within a few days or a week. I'm just so tired of it. Like the soloing... Like right now, archers are probably the number one solo class in the game. I think that this last playtest kind of showed that. They're better than the charm classes, which is a problem. It's a huge problem. We've got archers and rangers just out there kiting things around in circles. You've got the charm classes that get charm. I think Enchanter gets charm at what, level 4? I think it's level 4. Let me look. Nope, wrong one. Monsters and Memories, Wiki, Classes. I think it's at level 4. It's either 4 or 8. Charm, right there, yeah, 4. Level 4! Like, what? They're getting charm at level 4, so basically all they have to do is go out in the newbie yard, melee a few things, get, a little bit, and then boom. The first spell that they could actually buy, they just have to buy charm at level 4 for like, what, 19 copper? Or 19 copper, I think, is the base price for it. And boom, there you go. Like, from that point on, they don't have to do anything. They just charm mobs, and then they buy level 60 spells. And they're done. Crazy. Crazy. I finished the stage 3 of the bar. You should get a 4th one, Magicot. At the very end, you can do the slash take bow, or you can do slash take a breath and can try to continue. I did slash take a breath or take breath, I think, and it continued. And then I did slash take bow, and I think it didn't, like my 4th one didn't show up until I did the take bow. So make sure that you do those things. It should help out. There's that. What the heck is this?
To start a podcast with Riverside,
I don't care about podcasts with Riverside. There we go. All right, there we go. Want to make charm weaker at the lower levels? I mean, I just think charm needs to be weaker all around, dude. Charm is just too strong still. It's still too strong. But what's going on, what I'm starting to see is a lot of us complain that charm is too strong, right? It has been a topic of discussion. Where is Enchanter? Enchanter's too weak right here. Idea for balancing charm without breaking power fantasy. There's a lot of discussions, or there were. The Enchanter's too powerful. They talk about charm a lot in here. So there's a lot of discussion about charm, and it's not just Enchanter. You got Enchanter with charm, you got Druid with charm, you have the Necromancer using charm, you got the Bard using charm. All 4 of those classes, the way that they can level very quickly as a solo class is from using charm. So we have seen it time and time and time again where charm just seem to be overpowered because they are able to solo and level up very, very quickly. So now, though, we're starting to see some people start to figure out the dynamics of different classes and different ways they can manipulate the different classes, and we're starting to see some new abilities to the Ranger class. So when that happens, we're seeing the power shift a little bit over. Now, charm classes are still some of the best in the game for soloing. All 4 of those can solo very well. But now we have the Archer, the Ranger, and the Wizard. So now we have 7 classes that can solo better than they can group up for XP without the need of much gear. None of those classes need much gear to do it. It's like, what? So that's kind of where we're at right now. And I hope that we can fix in the future is that we're getting this this weird, all these new abilities that are coming in. People are not wanting to group up. That Sora Falls server, that brand new Fresh Start server over last weekend, kind of showed this, where there was a group that started out, and I can tell you, I did some research on it. I messed around with it myself this weekend. I actually did a post right up here. Where was it? This one right here. Should we keep the current experience curve or smooth it out? I'm going to show you guys this post. I want to show you my original thought on it. I'm not going to show you all the information, but here's the original thought. And the reason I'm going to show it to you because I posted it, right? I could literally just, it's mine. These are my thoughts. So basically, what's going on here is this right here. This is very, very important in my opinion. If you are solo And this is going from level 1 to 2, okay? Level 1 to 2. If you're solo, it takes 12 kills of level 1 monsters. If you're duo, it takes 24 kills. Okay, so you basically just need the exactly double, which means that you're not getting an XP bonus for 2 people, which means if you add a second person that is less efficient than you, you are losing XP. So if that second person doesn't make you twice as good or better, then you are losing experience to go to double. If you are 3-person, then you only need 34 kills, but it should be 36. So you're gaining 2 whole kills by gaining a third person. This right here is a great spot. This is a sweet spot. You get 4 players and it only goes up 3 additional kills. This should be 48 right here. If you go by kills for solo kills, right? This should be 48. Then it jumps up again. This is actually the worst spot to be in. If you have 4 people, do not invite a 5th unless you have a 6th available. Like, it's so weird. But if you have a 4th person and you lose them and you drop down to a 3-man, it's just going to feel bad. If you drop down to a 2-man, it's going to feel bad. You might as well be soloing. So right now, in a group, if you are playing 4 people or 6 people is preferred, you're getting the most bang for your buck. So this is just literally how it works currently. And it's really, really bad. We're in a very bad place. Like, either be in a party of 6, a party of 4, or be solo. And right now, solo is better than both a party of 4 and 6 for those 7 classes we just talked about. Everybody else wants to be in a party of 4 or a party of 6, which is good. I like that. However, think about it this way. Why would you not take those 7 solo classes that are already good at solo, put them into a party of 6, and now they're even better again? They're better a second time. So like it just encourages all these classes that can solo so well to continue to group together and not group with anybody else. So that means that the fighter, the rogue, the cleric, the inquisitor, the monk, like all these other classes that require a group are going to be kind of stuck out by themselves, and nobody's going to want to group with them because it's just all it's going to do is pull their XP down. Like if I have a party of, let's say, an enchanter, a druid, a bard, and an archer, and what else is really good? That's a good solo class and a good and a necromancer, right? We have those 5, and we're able to charm and do all of our things that we're able to do with those 5. What do you think you would add for your 6th class? You're going to throw in a fighter? You're going to throw in a rogue who's just going to basically pull you down. I mean, it's based on this because that 6-man is basically free. It's good to invite literally anyone, but the point is you're probably going to want to throw in another enchanter, another bard, another archer, something along those lines that's going to make your group more efficient. If you make your group less efficient and it takes away XP, it's just going to be overall bad. So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at with it, and I hope we can fix it. I hope we can talk about it a bunch because it's driving me bonkers. Let me go back and read some of what you guys are saying, because you're probably all like, no, Criddle, you're wrong, your math is just wrong. So yeah. I'm so glad this game I couldn't even figure out how to make arrows. What? I can help you out with that. Justify if you want, if you need to. Yeah, wood and fletching is exactly what Magicot's saying. Wood plus fletching, boom, arrow. The problem with charm is dumping the mob with invis. That gets rid of the risk. You know, that is part of the, yeah. Dumping the mob with invis does do that. You skipped Inquisitor, although it's on a 30-minute cooldown. Well, Inquisitor charm is a 30-minute cooldown for a 1-minute charm. I don't count that one because you can't really continually keep a mob charmed. But yes, Inquisitor does have charm forward. You are correct. Me, Pally, and SK had to fight our way down to lower Wormsbane naked to get our stuff. Was amazing. Picking up loot as we went. We need a rogue like dungeon where you start out naked. You got no sleep. So, Van Goose, what I recommend for everybody, if you can, right now anyway, is make a rogue and stick it inside of a dungeon. Like, Make a rogue and run it to Wormsbane and level 1 rogue. That's all you need. And then if you die, consent your rogue and run down there, grab your corpse, come back up. I mean, I'm telling you, it makes it so much easier. Just bring it up. Vanguard Saga of Heroes had this problem with the PSI class's early launch. Super easy to hit max level with Charm. They simply made it more resistant, and I believe your Charmed Pet did less damage compared to not Charmed Pet. Was a great balance fix. Yeah, Prismatic. So they are doing that. Currently, people are saying there's actually, if you look over here, somewhere in the Enchanter, one of these threads, I don't remember which one, somebody talks about that, and they're saying that they've already nerfed Charmed Pets to oblivion or something. Like they're very dramatic about it. And I'm like, I don't think that they've nerfed it as much as you think they've nerfed it. But yes, Charmed Pets do hit a little bit softer than their equivalent. However, it's not a drastic difference. I personally feel like it needs to be a drastic difference. Right now, Charmed Pets, if I have an enchanter in my group, or if I have anybody in my group that can charm, I would rather them charm a pet than try to do damage. Like, just straight up, it's the charmed pets do more damage than any player in the game at equal level. So if you take like a level 20 player and a level 20 charmed pet, the charmed pet is going to blow them out of the water damage-wise. So yeah, it's crazy. So I think they need to do more. Hey, thank you so much, Ponytail, for the sub. I appreciate it, bud. All that support really does help. You missed that game? You missed Vanguard Saga of Heroes? Not me. Not me. I mean, it wasn't bad by any means, but yeah. Seeing an iterative increase in benefit should be the best solution, I think. A nice curve that ramps up to 6. I agree, Todd. I agree. I think that, going back to this right here, because like this is an important post in my opinion. That's why I posted it. But this right here, it just encourages parties of 6 and parties of 4 and parties of 6. It doesn't encourage any other party size, so you may as well solo unless the second person is going to help you. And if the second person helps you so much, then the second person should probably solo. Now, the only time in which a second person will help you, and neither, like if I take a fighter trying to solo and a rogue trying to solo, both of those are going to be terrible soloers. Put them together as a duo, and it will probably more than double their efficiency, right? Or take like a fighter and a cleric will definitely more than double their efficiency. But taking 2 archers, or like an archer, and somebody tried to argue this point down here somewhere. I'm not going to go into all the comments and stuff, but somebody basically tried to argue the point of archer plus a ranger or a druid is more efficient, so therefore adding in that. And I said no, because, and they were saying that a ranger or a druid could add sow, or they could add snare. Well, the archer already has a snare ability, and you can just get a sow potion, or you can get an hour-long sow buff from somebody, and boom, there you go. You have the exact same thing. You don't need to have these other classes, and the archer's doing the majority of the damage, so adding that second player would just slow them down, right? It would just slow them down. So I would like to see a bigger, like a better curve here. However, there is a flip side to that. I've looked into that as well. The flip side to going with like a straight curve that just kind of, just gets better, is that it makes this group better than all other groups in all situations. However, it completely kills the solo game, because the XP bonus that you're getting all the way up, that makes this like, so if you are 6 very good solo classes and you just group up together with 5 other good solo classes, you're now exponentially better than everybody else. This makes you decently better than everybody else, but not exponentially better than everybody else. So that's the problem, is we have to look at it from 2 or 3 or 4 different perspectives. So I don't know. We'll have to see what happens. But there's a lot of stuff going on. What's the most common group size? I think I saw some data on that. Was a trio. So yes, in the last beta, or the last open test, it was around a trio. Yeah, it was like a duo trio was the most common group size that we looked at. You need to be pushing for 4 people, or you need to be pushing for 6 people, or you might as well just be solo. If you're a solo class, if one of those 7 classes that I named, solo. I'm telling you, it's the best way to go right now. I'm hoping they fix that soon. All these issues, though, are minor and can be fixed by June. Yeah. I just realized I'm on another account on Twitch. Yeah, no worries, Prismatic. Yeah, appreciate you watching the YouTube content. Fighter, Inquisitor, Rogue, Cleric, and pre-quad Kite Wizard will probably be a group. None can efficiently solo, so they got to group together. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Like, I would say, yeah, Fighter, Inquisitor. Well, Fighter plus Inquisitor would be a bad group. You don't want to have 2 tanks in a group. You don't want to have 2 healers in a group. If you're trying to make an efficient group, right? If you're trying to min-max this, let me rewind the last 10 minutes of this conversation. This is all about min-maxing your experience, and I know there's a lot of people that are going to be like, why min-max the game? Why try to get to level 60 quickly? Blah, 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 blah. I'm just trying to say at this point, like, I get that, and a lot of people are not going to be into that, but efficiency is king. It really is king. You want to be efficient. You don't want, like it's like going to Disney World or something, and you got to drag along all these other people. Like when you have a family and you're trying to go to Disney World versus when you're just like a young person trying to go to Disney World, you can just jump, run around the whole park. You can do all these things. Then you got a family and you're trying to drag along the kids and all their stuff and try to keep up with everything. You see where I'm going there? So like, it's all about efficiency. Level 1 Rogue idea is a banger. Yeah, get a level 1 Rogue and just go down and yeah, easy peasy. I'm trying to get them to change that, by the way, for the level 1 Rogues. I don't think stealth should work on like mobs that are 30 levels higher than you. I think it's ridiculous. So I don't think Invis should either. So I think that a mob of a certain level should just be able to see through your, low level magical barriers or whatever, and even stealth. Like a level 60 mob shouldn't be able to go, oh, there's no level 1 rogue sitting right in front of me, and he's just like, ha, 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 ha. You're like, come on. It just kind of kills the fantasy. The only thing I see wrong with this test is the numbers are so low at level 1 that truncating XP values might happen, but that wouldn't drastically change the results, I would think. Yeah, exactly, Sephiroth. Like, I had to do it. I had to find a way to do it. I didn't have 6 level 40 characters and then grind out for however many hours that would take to get them to level 41, to test this out. This is something, however, that the devs can test and should test. Like, they probably have that idea or that data, right? They probably already knew that data, but I wanted to put it out to the community because we need to talk about it. Like, we have to talk about this stuff because, yeah, the devs are going to have a lot of tools. They're going to know all this information, and they may look at it one way. And I'm not saying the devs are doing anything wrong, but the more eyes you have on it, the more ways that we can look about it and try to manipulate it and try to make it function better, right? So, yeah. Honestly, if you're playing and someone comes up and asks if you have room, the default feeling should be excitement and not require calculation. Yes, Todd, you're right. Right now, someone comes up while you're killing Ashira or later giants, and you take all that in consideration. It's kind of lame. I agree, Todd. Yeah, I think that adding a new player to your party should always be a net positive. And if we do that, then obviously the 6-player party will always be the best. However, the problem that I see with this is that if we make it so much drastically better, like if I were to be solo and then adding another player gives me like a 50% XP bonus, right? That would mean that adding the new player hopefully will make me twice as efficient, and it gives me a 50% XP bonus, which means that we should now be 150% more efficient from when I was solo to when I was now duo. And then if I add another person, we should get another 50% bonus on top of that. So now we went from solo 100%, duo another 100% because they're hopefully just as or adds another 100% efficiency. Trio is another hit 100% plus the 50% bonus from each would make us 400% efficient. If we keep doing that, there is a problem though, because by the end you would have a 300% XP bonus for being in a party of 6. And it doesn't matter what you put in there. So that means that at a party of 6 with a 300% XP bonus would if you were like a really good solo class, that's like having a party of 9 players together just burning through mobs. You know, like, and not every group is going to be that perfect setup. So we need to also factor that in. I think they need to give some sort of bonus if you have a tank, a healer, at least 1 DPS, and at least 1 support role. So if you have one of each of those, you should get a little bit of a bonus in that group. Like that group that should give you a bonus to encourage that type of grouping. Because right now, all 4 tanks are probably on the lower end of the solo ability scale. I know that Fighter is, Paladin is, and Inquisitor is. Shadow Knight's the best of the 3 soloers. Or sorry, best of the 4 tanks for soloing. But they're still not great. You know, they're able to do it. Paladin can also do it very, very slowly. But Inquisitor and Fighter basically can't. Anyway, good morning, chat. What's going on, Hyper Taco? How you doing, bud? You forgot Inquisitor, have Charm as well. Thanks so much, Frosted. Appreciate it. Makes the game more enjoyable, yeah. In the Fighter plus Inquisitor group, the Inquisitor is CC since you won't have Enchanter. Well, yeah, but and I'm not trying to say don't invite. You know, if you're a tank, if you have a tank already in your party and another tank comes up, I'm not trying to say, you know, hey, don't invite other people. Put whoever you want in your party. I don't care. I've got a static group that I play with. And it's a tank, healer, DPS, support, and then technically like another support. We got a necromancer in there. Technically, a necromancer is considered a support class. I don't know. A lot of people don't realize that. It's technically a support class, but it's probably the highest damage support role out there because you have like Enchanter and you have Bard that are support. And they are lower damage. Both of them technically are lower damage unless they're charming. But they boost the rest of your group so much that they equal, if not make your group better than adding another DPS class. The Necromancer does a little bit more damage than those other 2, but not as support role-y, right? But it still is considered a support role. So, yeah. Anyway. Yo, what's going on? What did I miss? What's going on, Haas? How you doing, bud? Could you solo with it, or is it situational? Could you solo with what? Oh, using the CC with the Inquisitor? Yeah. 6 bards, all necro, all soloing. Yeah. It would be huge, dude. 6 bards soloing would be nuts. Dolce and Katana. How you doing, bud? I think in EQ, it was 10% per member in a group for a maximum 50% in a full group. No, EQ. So EQ Classic had the exact same. Shockingly, I looked into this. Whoops, wrong one. EQ Classic had this very similar thing. Did you know that? I looked into it quite a bit. It had this, and now EQ changes things, though, where technically, if you have a party of 6 in EverQuest today, it only splits the XP by 50%. So every single kill, if you're solo, is 100% XP. If you're 6 people in your party, you still get 50% of the XP, but you have 6 players in your party. So it just super encourages grouping. Now it does in EverQuest. I went and looked at a lot of the formulas and stuff. The problem with that is that you essentially penalize a party if they can't find a tank or healer. Which one is that? One morning coffee? I mean, I don't disagree though. Yeah, like not finding a tank or healer, you could potentially penalize a party. If you can't find that, you don't get that bonus XP, right? The extra, let's say 10% bonus for the tank, 10% bonus for the healer. But at that point, you don't need the extra bonus XP. If you throw in 6 very good solo classes and you don't need a healer for that, you don't need a tank for that, then you are incentivizing. So it's already incentivizing that. Like it's already the best. So if it's already the best and you take out 2 of those people and you give a 10% bonus each one, let's say, then you're going to give the group an overall 20% bonus, but they're probably losing 20% efficiency by taking out those 2 better solo classes. So that's the idea, is that yes, you are penalizing those. You're not really penalizing those groups. What you're doing is you're fixing the penalization of those classes. Those classes are the penalty themselves, right? So you think about it. Hey, you're penalizing the group for adding in a tank or adding in a healer, or sorry, you're penalizing the other groups for not adding in a tank or not adding in a healer. But by adding in the tank or healer, it is an overall penalty right now. The way that it currently functions, it's a penalty to add in a fighter, to add in an inquisitor, to add in a cleric, to add in a rogue. Those are all penalty classes. None of those are going to make your group more efficient. They're all 4 of those are going to make your group less efficient than a full party of 6 very good solo classes. So, like, that's the thing. That's the way we got to think about it. You know, a lot of us are thinking about, well, if you think about min-maxing, right? This is all, again, min-maxing, and a lot of people are going to, snub their nose up at it and say, you silly, filthy min-maxer, sweaty player. I don't like you and your play style. Okay, that's fine. You don't have to like me and my play style. I like you and your play style, even though that you are, leveling slowly and doing your journey. I applaud you. Play the way that you want to play. I say that to anybody. Play the way that you want to play. However, eventually it always works out like this. Even the casual players start to play this way eventually. But like I've seen it time and time and time again where they're like, no, I don't care. I'll play with any of my friends no matter what they play. Okay, you're all 6 going to roll a cleric. What are you going to do? That's going to be really boring, right? Like that's my point. Like people don't realize that they are trying to min-max, even if they're being casual. Hey, I'm a casual player. I'm only going to play for a few hours a week with my friends. What should we do class-wise? I mean, you're a casual player. Just roll whatever you feel like rolling. No, you probably should still make some sort of group, right? Like you should probably have a tank, a healer, a couple DPS, that kind of thing. So yeah. 6 cleric static group, right? No thank you, Encrypt. No thank you at all. Anyway, let's see. EQ with 5, you got a 5% a kill. 6, you also got 5%. Yeah. So, yeah, back then, they had the free man thing. It's changed a lot over time, EQ, yeah. It's a good question. What's range on experience? The range on experience is fairly large. When I was testing this in the little newbie yard West Bank, all of my characters were, because I had 6 characters logged in. Don't ask me how I did that. I had 6 characters logged in, and they all sat at the west gate at the guards, and I was killing stuff anywhere in the newbie yard, and it was getting XP. So I can't tell you exact distance, but anywhere in the newbie yard was fine. They were all getting XP all the way at the actual gate. So the XP range is big enough. Like if you're not able to hit the mob, you're not going to gain experience. Or sorry, if you are able to hit the mob, there we go. That's a different way of looking at it. If you are able to hit the mob with whatever spell you have, you're going to get experience. You don't have to worry about it. But yeah, the range is probably longer. It's probably like 100 meters. If I were to put a number on it, probably about 100 meters. But I don't know exactly. So yeah. I like you too, Criddle. Morning. Aw, thanks, Nicodemus. I appreciate it. What's going on? How are you? Listening this morning while driving. AFK a bit. Well, yeah, don't text and drive, Nicodemus. Don't text and drive. But we're glad to have you here, bud. Appreciate you. Encrypt, thank you so much for being here as well. I do Pally Cleric. Try to keep them around the same level. Yeah, Pally Cleric in that. See, here's the thing, right? Van Goose. Pally Cleric is going to be a very, very slow XP duo. Very slow. However, those 2 classes at in-game are basically unkillable. Once you get to level 60, you gear them up a little bit. I have a buddy of mine that loves to play the Cleric Paladin combo. He played it in EverQuest. And dude, it's basically unkillable. Like, now, he may not kill the monster he's fighting, but they're not going to kill him either. So it's, yeah, really, really cool combo. It's large but not absurd. Yeah. Hey, I found the game recently and tried it out last weekend. Found a YouTube channel and it was helpful. Thank you so much. I appreciate you being here. So gloss. Appreciate it. I do these streams every Monday and Friday right now. We're doing 9 a.m. morning streams to just talk about Monsters and Memories, talk about what's on our mind. So if you all have any questions, if you have any comments that you want, any, whatever, feel free to let us know. People in chat are very helpful. I will try to answer any questions I can. I have put thousands of hours into this game already. Probably, I wouldn't say thousands with an S. I would say over 1,000 hours. And Crypt might be able to actually tell me how many hours I have put into this game. I have no idea. But I've got, I've got multiple characters leveled up different, areas. I have friends that have multiple characters. We all discuss a lot of this stuff. So I've got a lot of information that I am willing to share with you. I've had a lot of people call me a gatekeeper before. I'm not a gatekeeper. I'm really not. I'll tell you guys anything. Maybe. Yeah, and Crypt probably could tell me how long I played. I've got, let's see, 20-something days played on one character I know, and then I've got another, like, 50 days played or something on another character. So, yeah, I've got a lot of time in this game. And then I've got some other characters that I just kind of goofed around with. Characters I've deleted. I played on a Fresh Start server, open server. It was pulling and killing more on my solo enchanter with charm than a trio near me. We still need charm nerfed. Yes! One morning coffee. Thank you. Put that information out here in like this thread right here. I want you to go to this thread. This thread. The enchanter is too weak. Tell them that. You are out pulling a trio with your enchanter. Like, come on. That should never be the case. Like, this is just ridiculous. The enchanter should be able to charm mobs up to level 60 or have an easier time charming mobs at high levels so they don't outscale late game. The enchanter is going to be one of the top 3 classes that you're going to need for late game. You're going to want, for like in-game content, you're going to want an enchanter for the haste and the rune skin, the enchant ally, the mez, just in case mobs can be mezed in the area. You're going to want the enchanter in your party, and the mana regen. You're going to want the enchanter no matter what. Another class you're going to want for in-game content is the shaman for the best slows, the best physical buffs, the best debuffs in the game. You're going to want a shaman. The difference that an enchanter and a shaman make alone on in-game content is astronomical. It is ridiculous, and it needs to be that way. I like it, right? I love it. Another class that you're going to want to have is a cleric. Clerics with their rune shields, rune skins, whatever, very much similar to the enchanter, the enchant ally rune skin thing. You stack the enchant ally rune skin, which is free, by the way. It's mana free. You just spam it as soon as it comes up. Hit it again. As soon as it comes up, hit it again on your main tank. You do that with the cleric rune skin plus the slows and debuffs from the shaman. You've won the game. And it doesn't matter which of the 4 tanks you have. Any of the 4 tanks, and you do those 3 classes, boom, you've won. You have literally won the game with those 3 classes. So no, the enchanter is not going to be, obsolete at level 60 because they can't charm mobs. Absolutely an incorrect false statement. Let me see if I can catch up here. What's your take on letting one character max all craft gathering skills? I'm okay with it. Because the reason I'm okay with it is because in a game like this, a lot of people are going to want to play one character and it's going to be their little baby, right? They're going to love it. They're going to nurture it. They're going to let it grow into this big, bold thing. And then they're going to be like, this is my crowning achievement. Look at this. Speaking of which, my son will be here in an hour and a half or so, 2 hours. I may have to take a quick break and go and get him from the door. He's sick, so he's home from school. So his mom's bringing him over. But just want to throw that out there if I disappear for like a minute. But yeah, I think that it's fine because, some people are going to want to do that. Also, another reason that I really like that one character can max all craft and gathering skills is because when you go to character select, character creation, there is a skill in there. I can show it to you. But basically, it increases your rate of crafting by 5%. And it's, in my opinion, the best option because the other options are kind of garbo at the moment. That's just me. If you were to be a min-maxi player like myself, but let's go into Rel, and we go to character creation, and we go down here to major non-combat. So here's your options for major non-combat. So fast metabolism, no. Slow metabolism, no. I don't want either one of those. Infravision, some people will want that for the night vision. I don't like it personally. It makes your screen blue, and it's always got a blue tint to it 100% of the time, and you can't toggle it off. I'm hoping they add a toggle to that, but if they do add a toggle to that, then whatever. Iron Lungs, not really worth it. You have a spell to deal with it very early in the game. So Master Artisan is your best option. And this is going to increase all of them by 5%. Boom. Carpentry, blacksmith, jewel crafting, leatherworking, pottery, tailoring, all of those by 5% increase. So I highly, highly, highly recommend that if you want to be a crafter, for sure. Speaking of gatekeeping, I can't remember, does gate zone you and does it remove your aggro? It's supposed to, Setfer, but no, it does not always do that. In fact, if you are to if you're to evacuate in Fallen Pass, I know specifically, this is a bug currently in Fallen Pass, it will evac you to the zone line, but you will remain on the aggro list, and all those mobs will try to run down to the zone line. It's going to cause a lot of trains. A lot of trains. I've caused a lot of trains. And those trains, by the way, from Upper Salmon all the way down to the Pyramos Village are like hundreds of mobs deep. It's nuts. So yeah, that'll be fun. I think you should be able to max 1 to 3 per character. If you want more, make a second, third, etc. character. It's better for the economy. I don't think it's really better for the economy necessarily. I get what you're saying, but having alts and stuff and being able to switch around your it's just tedious to me. So I don't know. I get what you're saying though. I just like to be able to play one character. I'm a one character type of player. I like to have one character that does everything. My favorite way that any MMORPG has ever done it is Final Fantasy XIV. I play one character and I max literally everything on it. My Final Fantasy XIV character has every single job up to level 90. I haven't gotten them up to level 100 because I didn't play the most recent expansion. But they're all level 90. That's including trade skills and all your combat, everything except for the Blue Mage. I never actually leveled up the Blue Mage. But yeah. Friday, just got home eating some chocolate. What? Did you bring any to share? Something I was curious about during the playtest. How does mob tagging work? Is it first one who hits it, or is it the most damage done? So currently, if you're in a group, it's most damage done. But based on the play nice policy, it depends. So there's a couple different things we have to talk about when you talk about tagging of mobs and all that. If you're at a camp, based on the play nice policy, if you've been camping this mob, you showed up, you've been clearing this area for some amount of time, you effectively own that area and that camp indefinitely until you leave or until you are no longer able to continue to clear that area. As long as you are keeping it clear consistently, it doesn't have to be like immediately as it spawns, but within a decent time, like a reasonable time frame, then you own those mobs. So you don't have to tag it immediately. And if somebody else, though, comes up and tags it, you can just DPS it down. And if you do the most damage, you get loot rights. So that's how that works. It doesn't matter who tags a mob first. It's who does the most damage gets the loot rights to it. But the play nice policy trumps those loot rights. Hopefully I explained that well. So if you own the area, if you've been camping it, and somebody else kills it and gets the loot rights, you can petition and they will give you your item back. Don't freak out. Don't start spamming each other. Don't blast each other through OOC. Go on Discord and be like, this person's terrible, blah, blah. Don't do all of that. Just say, hey, I've been camping this. If they don't help you out, if they don't work with you and they just like give you the big old, then petition and the GMs will deal with it. But that said, I have played 1,500 hours between the open test and alpha about. There you go. Look at that. There you go. So I was close. 1,500 hours what I currently have in the game. Not too bad. Do people get less experience if you help them out? No. So whoever gets the loot rights gets 100% of everything. So like did my music? What happened to my music? Robert Ingstrad's music. Yeah, it's 100% or nothing. It's all or nothing. That's basically how it works. So yeah, it's most damage done. Now in a raid situation, it's first to engage, right? So when we get to in-game content, a raid boss spawns, an earthquake happens. It's not play nice policy anymore. It's first to engage. Currently, there's also a lot of issues with first to engage. So hopefully we'll look at these going forward. But yeah, it's currently first to engage. The enchanters don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it. They absolutely don't. Morning coffee. Yeah. Enchanters do not want to hear how their class is very, very strong with charm. Honestly, when it comes to the community, you kind of have to ignore the community. Sometimes you do. It's very unfortunate. Let me see if I can catch up here. Did they say expeditions would be part of beta? They have not said that expeditions would be part of beta. So according to Sean, there are 2 expedition zones in the game currently. One of them has had its first pass of population to it. The other one I don't think has been looked at all. So one of them could potentially, I guess, be in beta for us to test out and make sure that it functions right. But my guess is they won't do that. It's going to be more of an early access thing. Maybe I would love them to say, hey, let's go test it out and get some of the high level players from the alpha, which will be the beta, that are very knowledgeable about the game. I will go, by the way. I will absolutely volunteer. I will volunteer as tribute. No, I would love them to have somebody test that out, because I do know that there's been a lot of issues with the high-end raid type content in this game not functioning properly and being too easy, and et cetera, et cetera. So I would just like to see that. But yeah, primitive. Let's see. What you got for most interesting class for Paladin to duo with? Paladin with a Druid or Shaman is probably your best bet to have a healer, but Paladins can heal themselves fairly well. They can stay alive fairly easily. So you could also go with like an Enchanter or something to give them a little bit more mana regen so they can heal themselves. You could do a Bard, which would add a little bit more haste, mana regen, and then also a charm. Like anything that adds charm is just going to be good, right? Anything that adds charm to your party right now is your best bet for adding to your party, period. It's just insane. But high DPS classes I would put with, so like what will be good are something like a Rogue or an Archer is currently good as well. With a Paladin, because they're going to be able to do a lot of extra damage and help the Paladin kill things faster. And the Paladin will be able to just kind of tank, heal themselves, and stay alive while the DPS person. So I would add in a DPS person, or add in a charm person, which is basically DPS, or add in specifically a Shaman or Druid for a healer. A Cleric is a very good healer for a Paladin, but there's a lot of overlap there. So I personally wouldn't go Cleric or healer, or Cleric for the healer. Let's see. Longtime EQ vet, third, Thunder Fury, and WoW. Nice. I'm a min-maxer mindset because of time. Yes, because of time. Thank you. You're not a min-maxer mindset because, you know, you're trying to be better than everybody, but because you want to be most efficient. And I think that's a good way to look at it. A lot of people think that, oh, I'm a casual player and you're just a filthy min-maxer. No, a casual player should be the most min-maxy player out there because it's efficient. It's the most efficient way to play. If you have little time, you want to get as most done with that little time that you have. Therefore, you need to min-max as much as possible. My friends, coworkers can't get into M&M, but I'm going to give it a try. Which tank or DPS should I play? It depends on what you want. Tanks are very different in this game. There's 4 different tanks. You have the fighter. That's going to be your martial tank. It's going to require 0 mana cost. There's no mana cost whatsoever, but it's also the most boring tank. So there's a kind of thing there. It has the least amount of utility. However, it's a very good physically defensive tank. It's the best physically defensive tank, and it's going to do probably the most damage or close to the most damage out of the 4 tanks. Next up, we're going to have Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight is more of your offensive tank. However, it does have some defensive cooldowns. It also has a pet that helps you out. Very, very powerful tank. If you want to be like probably the best group tank, I think is the Shadow Knight. Did I say Paladin? I meant Shadow Knight. Shadow Knight is probably the best group tank because of its auras and its ability to do damage, its ability to be able to pull because it's got Feigned Death, and it's going to be your best solo tank if you have the need to solo. If you're going to be in a group, but you're going to solo sometimes, the only one that I would recommend soloing with is the Shadow Knight. Paladin is probably going to be, it's your highest effective health pool. So if you understand what that means, it's the highest effective health pool because you're going to be able to heal yourself. You got Lay on Hands. It's going to have both physical and magical mitigation cooldowns. Very, very good effective health tank. And then you have your Inquisitor, which is the weirdest of the tanks, but it's going to be basically a mixture of an enchanter. It's going to have a lot of enchanter buffs and debuffs. It's your magical defensive tank, and it's going to go basically when you go up against a magical caster, it's going to be able to stun them, interrupt them, silence them, debuff them, drain their mana, that kind of stuff. So they're really good against magical. So there's your 4 tanks. As far as DPS, there's too many to go through, but you have a good physical DPS. The rogue is going to be a good physical DPS, but you're going to require a group. The archer is another good physical DPS. It's ranged, very good solo, and good in a group. And then you have like your wizard's going to be very good DPS. So those are going to be your 3 main like DPS focused classes, but they're not going to have as much utility for the party outside of the wizards being able to teleport, which is a really big utility. But as far as combat utility is concerned, they're going to have less utility than a lot of their other counterparts, but do more damage. So that's going to be your DPS and tank classes. Hopefully I covered them all. There's other ones that are also considered, like a ranger is technically a DPS class, but it has a lot more utility, so it's going to have less overall damage. They need more and better non-combat traits. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree. It's got to be fast metabolism. You guys are crazy. Why fast metabolism? Sup, baby? Because you want to have the extra jump, the one extra jump. That is a good reason why most played race is human. No infravision, ultravision choice. Well, I mean, the choice just goes away, yeah, for humans, but think solo and class viability. Yeah, if you want to be able to solo and DPS well, I would go archer right now. Right now I would. Now, I'm hoping that we get a lot of things changed. I hope we get a big patch next week with a lot of new abilities in, and then I hope we get a lot of balance changes over all of March. My entire focus right now with helping out as far as my testing time is concerned is trying to get things in the game balanced during beta. I don't care about anything else personally. I mean, I know that the devs need other things tested and whatnot, and I'm hoping that other very avid players are going to test some of those things. I'm just trying to get balance in because right now the game is so unbalanced and it leans to certain classes, it leans to certain pathways too much that I think it's going to be a problem. So yeah, occasionally a mob will warp to you after you evac as well. Haven't been able to recreate it reliably. It does that in Glass Flats a lot. One morning coffee. I don't know if it's zone based, but in Glass Flats, if you evac, yeah, a mob will warp to you very easily. It does it in other zones as well, but making an extra trade skiller alt won't help the economy. I mean, it won't help or hurt the economy. If you're planning to trade skill, this is why I say it's not really an economic thing. If you're planning to trade skill, it doesn't matter if you do it on one character, all of them on one character, or you separate it out over 15 different characters. It's not going to change the economy really at all, depending on how many characters you have to spread out that to. So that's coming from an economist, right? That's literally my degree. I talk about it sometimes. People are going to probably get tired of me talking about it, but that's literally my college degree. And why it doesn't factor in is because if one character has it or you have it spread out over 10 characters, you still have access to it and you can log in those characters at any time and do it. It might be a very slight change in the economy because if I put all of them on my main character, I don't have to log in and out, so it changes the time table for being able to craft things, but also my main character can go out in the world, kill a bunch of mobs, and easily get the stuff, and then literally craft right there on the spot. If I bring my tailor's kit or my leatherworking kit or whatever, I can literally craft on the spot a lot of things. So it will affect it in the very slightest amount. However, I can also just bring that stuff back to town, swap it to my other character, and do it there. So it overall wouldn't change it that much, but maybe slightly. Bard, Red Mage, and Dancer are your favorite Final Fantasy XIV jobs. Blue Mage isn't a real job. Yeah, that's why I didn't level at Magicot, because it's not a real job. But yeah, all those are fun. Yeah, Bard, Red Mage, and Dancer are very fun. I always played a tank, so I played Paladin mostly in that. What has your experience been with the MUD system? Are there many areas where it is useful? Yes, my initial reaction to the MUD system was, I hate this. It is awful. Please get rid of it. And Nicodemus now probably just may have swerved into another lane when he heard me say that. Don't worry, Nicodemus. I like the MUD system now. So don't, drive safely. You don't need to react to what I just said. But the MUD system it's becoming, as we go, more and more and more robust. You're going to see more areas that use it. In fact, I was talking about this earlier. We were talking about the starter quest in Phalandraw, and I played the Bard yesterday, actually, and I leveled up the Bard, and I did the main story quest, the quest for it, and you have to use the MUD system a lot in that. You have to stand up on a stage and do certain commands and stuff. I recommend anyone that wants to learn how the MUD system works and learn questing in this game to do the Bard quest in Phalandraw. Make a Bard character, level 1. You never even have to leave town. You can do 100% of the first quest in town. You just have to run around, talk to some people. It introduces you to questing. It introduces you to how to talk to NPCs. It introduces you how the MUD system works. It's a very good introductory class quest or whatever, introduction to the game in the MUD system. I recommend everyone be doing /look or hitting L on their keyboard or whatever keybind you want to make for it everywhere in the game. If you see that orangish, goldenish looking text, read it and do whatever it says. Literally, the way that this game works is it'll tell you what to do. You see some things buried in the rubble. Maybe if you were to investigate it further, something would happen. Or, it literally will tell you. You may have to infer a few things, but it says to investigate it. Then you type in /investigate rubble, and it will investigate the rubble. Oh, you see a parchment poke out of the rubble. Maybe you could take it. /take parchment, right? These things all function, and it's actually very interesting once you get used to it. It is very weird at first, though. I totally get you. I played Final Fantasy XI, but my biggest problem with Final Fantasy XIV, with everything crafting, gathering one character, is that it makes making money with crafting impossible outside of the things like raid patches. Yeah, I get that as well. One Wing, So in Final Fantasy XIV, you can be everything, you can do everything, and you basically just craft all yourself. But the thing is, there's nothing in Final Fantasy XIV that you really need to craft other than for in-game maybe potions or something. I think that's the only thing I really crafted that was worth it. I only leveled up my trade skills in Final Fantasy 14 just to have them leveled up. There was no reason for it for me. Many trade skillers don't need to go past level 8. They don't need equipment if they're trading their alts. Yeah, they don't really need anything. Only downside to all trades on one is going to need to make a couple bank mules for all your stuff. Yes, but now they have it in the game where you can transfer items using the bank. There's 2 slots where you can transfer items to your alts. It was a little bit broken. I hope they fixed it. But yeah, you can put an item in there and then log in your alt and grab the item out, put it in your bank. So it's super easy to transfer. Just need to take advantage of all the different banks. Yeah, you do. You do need to take advantage of all the different banks. There's a benefit to making trade skill alts, but it's just the ability to have different trade skill traits. Yeah, I think so. Like, one of the things is if I were to put all of my trade skills on one character, I'm still going to want to have bank mules and have like ways to transfer items between different characters because you're going to run out of bank space. That's going to be your biggest issue, is just bank space. So you're going to need to have alts. Even if you do trade skills on one character, you're going to have multiple characters for the bank space. Let's see. Also, if you want to do all the trade skills, better make a rogue. That's true too, because you can sneak around much easier. I see people make druids for trade skilling so they don't waste money on Sal pots and can port. Druid is very good for it as well because, yeah, like you said, they can teleport around. Rogue is good because you can stealth to the different nodes. Rogue is your best gatherer in the game. You can stick a rogue in an area and just sneak up to the different gathering spots, gather, stealth, move to the next one, gather, stealth, etc. My main is Druid for that reason, actually. There you go, yeah. Druid is a very good class. I recommend everyone know a Druid, a Wizard, and a Cleric. And a Rogue. Those 4 classes, you're going to want to befriend them. Then you're going to be able to get teleports anywhere in the game. You're going to be able to get free corpse recovery from the Rogue. You're going to be able to get resurrection from the Cleric. Yeah, highly recommend to know somebody for all of those. Will there be rogues that don't make their own poisons? So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to work, Haas. I'm actually curious about that myself. Only rogues can take the poison making trade skill, and from what I can tell, it's going to be required for a rogue to level up poison making to be able to do the best that they can possibly do. Now, I don't know what that's going to mean. Is it going to end up being kind of like the rogue version of spellcasters? So like a wizard needs to buy the best spells in the game. A rogue is going to have to find the best possible potions and ingredients. I'm not sure how that's going to work. For poison only, I do a gnome in case they add a tinkering, which I hope they don't. Tinkering will be, yeah, tinkering is planned. I don't think it's gnome only or gnome exclusive, but tinkering is planned. Did they release beta release update? No, not yet. We don't have any. We haven't seen an update, a patch for this game in like over a week. Or maybe like 2. The last patch was very minuscule. It's been like 2 weeks since the last big patch, maybe 3 weeks. Inquisitor best tank. Control tanks are awesome. I mean, yeah, you can be a bit biased on it. That's fine. I think Paladin is just because of stun not having diminishing returns. Paladin is a very good tank, yeah, and stun does not have diminishing returns. Paladin being able to remove damage shield, yes, the Paladin being able to remove a damage shield with a single cast is probably the most powerful ability in the game at level 50 in certain areas, 50 plus in certain areas. That damage shield is devastating. It is devastating. I think I'm going to try human and just rock a lantern. Yeah, well, what I do, I don't do the I have ways to adjust it on my monitor. Well, you can either adjust it on your monitor, you can adjust it through your video card. A lot of people think that's cheating, and I mean, I guess technically, I guess it kind of is. But you know, I look at it as more of a accessibility thing, kind of like having something on your screen that's a different color because you're colorblind. You know, like things of that nature. That's why the I don't know if you guys know this or not. They're not going to be putting in infravision or ultravision as an innate on classes. The reason they're not going to do that is because it puts that bluish tint on your entire screen all the time, and some people have issues seeing that or seeing through that, etc. So they don't want to force people to have that. Also, it makes it very difficult for the artists who are trying to shade things properly with the right coloring based on what the settings of the game should be, and then all of a sudden now there's a blue hue in front of everything, and that changes things drastically. Like, did you guys know this? Like, this is something that I didn't know for a very long time in game development. There's certain settings you're supposed to have on your monitor and on your video card, etc., of a certain way that the colors are supposed to be, and game developer artists build around those colors being the way they're supposed to be. So when we go in and we put our monitors on dynamic mode and it pops all the colors, those are actually the incorrect colors because the artists have been doing it properly on their end based on proper settings to their monitor. So ZBrushed or Zukin, if you guys are in chat, maybe you can chime in and explain a little bit of that. But yeah, you want to make sure that you're doing that. Warping mobs may be code fixed. Let's see. Yeah, I think some of that's getting fixed, Haas. My setup would be a group play at home, solo at work. Don't ask. I don't want to know. It's fun to play with yourself solo at work, I guess. I don't know. Definitely much more fun group play at home. Wow, this is a kid-friendly stream. I try to make this very family-friendly. Looking to play Cleric or Elementalist. What do you think? They're very different. Cleric is going to be your best overall healer in the game, period. People are going to argue that, no, Shaman and Druid should be able to heal just as well as the Cleric. Well, guess what? They're not. As far as healing is concerned, the Cleric is the best overall healer, right? As recovering of health, preventing damage. They're the best. Elementalist is good if you want to have a pet, but I feel like the Elementalist needs a lot more work. Right now, an Elementalist is a weaker wizard with a pet, is what it is. And to me, that's just kind of... I'm going to say it. Don't get mad at me, any developers. Lazy. It's just lazy. Instead of developing abilities for the Elementalist, they're just like, oh, we can just give it a wizard spell 2 levels later? Okay, cool. No, let's make some cool features for the Elementalist. Now, the Elementalist does have a cool feature where, depending on which pet you have up and then which other spell you cast, you can make these combinations happen, but it hasn't been... they haven't done enough with it. They started it, and it was a cool effect, and it's very neat. However, we need more of that and less of the, here's a wizard nuke, right? That's just my opinion on it, though. So, yeah. EQ Veteran here. Last weekend at playtest was my first contact with Monster Memories. Awesome game. Definitely will play it. Where do you think the major imbalances between classes is currently? Melee classes are going to outshine your caster classes. I think that's a huge imbalance currently. Just melee classes overall, or just physical damage classes, because the archer right now is going to outshine your wizard. But your other 2 int damage classes, your elementalist and your necromancer, both have pets, so they're also doing physical damage. So they're okay. But when it comes to just magical damage versus physical damage, it's like night and day difference. I think it's a huge imbalance that needs to be looked at. When you get a resist on your magical character, you get 2 or 3 resist in a row. They fixed this a little bit recently, but you get a couple resist in a row. It just feels so bad, and you basically wasted a ton of mana for nothing. So that's I think the biggest imbalance, one of the biggest imbalances right there. But yeah, let's see, what else can we read? Taste wall. I knew it. Hidden wall here. Yes, the slash taste wall. Now, if you slash look in a room, oftentimes it'll tell you if there's a hidden wall. It'll say like you feel a breeze coming from blah 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 or whatever. It'll literally tell you that there is an invisible wall in there. A lot of times, not every time, but yeah. As someone who plays a lot of SSF characters, Monster Memories, I'm glad we can do all trades. There you go. Yeah. Can you put bags, crates in those 2 spots? I have not tested that, so I do not know if you can put bags or anything, or if it's just an item or a stack of items. I don't know. Maybe somebody else in chat knows. I like to see them lock us to 1 or 2 characters. Should I? Well, they're not going to do that. The reason is because like Sean is very big on alts. He thinks that this game is going to be very alt heavy, and he wants to focus on alts. Personally, I think he's putting a little too much tax into alts. I don't think that as many people play alts as he thinks. Maybe he has more data on it. I don't know. But I don't think that, like, there are people that are altaholics, right? They're going to have a lot of alts. They're going to level up every single class, etc. They're going to do all sorts of things of that, like that. But I feel like most people are going to want to play that one character, maybe have one additional alt. But Sean's take on it is a little bit different, to the point where you may have to play a character to a certain level to do a quest to unlock a different race class combo for the class that you want to play. Goblin Wizards are rumored to be a thing at some point in the future. To play a Goblin Wizard, you're going to have to get on that account, level up a character, do a quest, unlock the Goblin Wizard, and then go back and actually make a Goblin Wizard. And I think he's going to want to do more of that. Like, I think that unlocking certain races and certain race class combos is going to be a thing that Sean wants to do. I can't say that for sure, but I don't know. I expect it. What's the difference between Rogue and Monk as far as stealth is concerned, since they both have it? No. So stealth is a different ability than sneak. A lot of people get those two things confused. Sneak means that you can sneak up behind somebody and they won't notice you. Stealth is making you invisible to everyone around you. So stealth, you can run around anywhere, and only rogues have that, to my knowledge. Sneak is a trait that actually all halflings get. So it doesn't, as long as you can be a halfling, you can have sneak. Monks get sneak. I think rangers might get sneak, and bards might get sneak as well, but it directly behind the mob, and that's it. If you get in front of a mob with sneak, they're gonna see you. It's basically like being sneaky, like tiptoeing is what sneak is. So yeah, pretty big difference there. Probably playing Druid. Use code CRITTLE for reduced Druid port fares. There you go. Dude, I would love that if they. I think it'd be fun. I would love for them to do like get 10% off your first month of Monsters and Memories with code CRITTLE. I would totally be okay with that. I wouldn't pay the 10% difference, but don't do that either. Locking character slots and have to pay more for a monthly subscription-based game is definitely not the play. Yeah, that's another thing. Exactly. Hi, CRITTLE. Hi, chat. Hello. How are you? What's everyone's thoughts on slow XP server rule? I don't like any type of server rule that speeds up or slows down the grind. I don't like any of that. I don't mind server rules that are cosmetic in nature, like a roleplay server where everybody is roleplay, or a proximity chat type feature. Those kinds of, like, I don't mind those. You know, certain rule sets are fine. Other rule sets I don't like. Like if you're going to change the way the game is played in any way, I don't like that rule set for different servers. Like having a what would that be called? What was that, TBC or whatever? The THJ. The THJ thing. If they started doing stuff like that with this game, I would hate it. I would hate it. The reason for that, by the way, to give you an actual reason, is I'm a competitive player. But I'm competitive in PvE terms. I compete with other players and guilds on my server for doing certain content, but I also compete with other guilds on other servers for getting world first and those kinds of things, right? So if you're trying to compete with another server that has 20% extra XP or faster XP, well, they're going to obviously beat you there. They're going to get to level 60 way before you do. And then there's no competition. Like if they start doing stuff like that, it takes away a lot of the competition. And I know a lot of people don't care about that, but that's my reasoning. As is, archers are required to do fletching? No, archers are not required for fletching. Anybody can do fletching because there's a lot of classes that you can use arrows. Rangers are another one that use a lot of arrows. So archers you're not required to be an archer to do fletching. Probably more complicated to archers with wanting to make the best arrows. Well, they definitely want to make the best arrows, yeah, but it's not required. Oh, wait, you saying that okay, I read that backwards, by the way. You do not have to be an archer to do fletching, but if you are an archer, you're almost required to do fletching. Similar, yeah, if you want to get the best arrows in the game, technically. I would say it's close, but it's different that rogues need poisoning because poison is going to basically be part of the rogue toolkit, whereas fletching is not part of the archer toolkit yet. It might be in the future, but it is not currently part of it. So like rogues, to be able to add their damage, to be able to do certain effects and abilities, instead of getting new skills, they're going to have to get new poisons. So that's why I say it the way that I did. Hopefully that makes a little bit more sense. Question from Playtest: how different is the alpha build from what this played? No different. The alpha build, the closed server, is the exact same that you get in the open server. So that last open playtest is the exact same thing that is current for the closed alpha playtest. There has been zero difference in the build. Zero difference whatsoever. So don't think that the alpha testers are getting any additional content or anything that the open test gets. It's 100% the same thing. The only difference is more time in the game. That's the only difference, which is very big. Not required, heavily encouraged. Yes. Heavily encouraged that an archer would go yeah. I'm trying to catch up on chat. Holy moly. Good gosh, guys. I appreciate the chat. I love the chat today, man. Y'all are on fire. Wow. I'm trying to read it as quickly and respond as quickly as I can. Yeah, just adjust the charm or the gamma. Yeah, adjust the gamma if you can't see. On the lighting thing, I just think it's more classes need more abilities to illuminate the area. I agree with that, Westmort. I think that like I feel like EverQuest did it pretty well, at least classic EverQuest, where you couldn't see anything in classic EverQuest, just like you can't in Monsters and Memories. But as you leveled up, you got more powerful abilities, more skills, more items, and it allowed you to start to see better in the game. Like, it's kind of weird to me that even from level 1 all the way to 60 in Monsters and Memories, I still can't see my hand in front of my face when it's dark. Like, come on. A wizard can cast a giant fireball at a dragon, but they can't just go, let there be light, and just cast a light spell on a player and have them just glow for an hour. Like, it just seems kind of like, what? What are we doing here? This is crazy. Creating kids is kid friendly. I mean, technically it is. Yeah. Wow, I'm that far behind. Holy moly. I made that terrible joke a while ago. Here's a question for people to debate. Since I see here a lot of communication issues related to it, should we be calling buffs that damage attackers damage shields or thorns? So, yeah, I mean, that's definitely something we can debate. It's a weird thing. So it's a damage shield because it's DS is how it's always been for EverQuest. It is a damage shield. But now we have these other things where people call damage shield the rune shield or the barrier that the cleric can cast. They put up a barrier, which some people call a damage shield. It gets very confusing. So yeah, I totally get that. But thorns is another term. So often people refer to cleric barrier as a damage shield because it shields damage. Yeah, exactly. You're 100% accurate. Best doesn't mean able to complete the content. You're correct. Yeah. Best doesn't mean able to complete the content. Yeah. Community fragmentation would be biggest downside. Okay, you're talking. See if I can catch up. Elemental nukes are very underwhelming. Be chillin'. I mean, yes and no. Once you get to like a level 57 or 58 or something, Elementalist has the same exact nuke as a level as the same level wizard. Like they have the exact same nuke. like you don't get a new nuke as a wizard past level 57, I think right now, which means that an elementalist has the exact same nuke at level 60 as a wizard does at level 60. They're the exact same. There's no difference. The difference is the wizard can crit. It's something along those lines. I have to go double check, but I've got a wizard and elementalist friends that are both level 60, and they kind of talk about it sometimes. So elementalist pet, in my opinion, after testing, don't feel great to use. Pretty weak. That's another issue altogether. Yeah, the pets in general in the game have been going through a lot of different iterations. At one point, the elementalist pet was more powerful than like an entire group put together. It was so strong. It was like a tank. It was a DPS. It did everything. Then you could just heal it with your element. It was just dumb. But yeah, they're trying to fix it. And then at one point, it became like one of the weakest things. It was doing like 20 damage at level like 50. It was crazy. Wizard needs some love. It needs a lot of love. Half mana bar for 20 damage is a kick in the jimmies. It is. Absolutely is. There's a tricky problem. Quorum, for example, is a huge imbalance because once melee get gear, they trump the heck out of someone waiting on mana. Yes, that's another problem, and something that Sean brought up recently, like yesterday actually in his stream. Here, let's look at something different. Let's look at fighters. But yeah, Sean brought up yesterday in his stream. Rich currently is working on itemization very, 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 very heavily. So Rich Waters is an old EQ1, EQ2 dev, as well as a dev for other games. And hopefully they are really, really working on getting itemization working properly because, like you say, right now, and even in EverQuest, like a lot of the old school games, once you gear up a physical DPS melee character, they become so much more powerful. So it's int casters and casters in general are front-loaded, meaning that at the early levels, they are way more powerful than the melee versions. And then later in the game, once you start gearing up those melee classes, they become more powerful. So sometime in the middle of the game, everything is pretty balanced, but then it switches sides. And it's a big problem in games like MMOs, and something that a lot of us have been talking about, saying, hey, we need better itemization. So we're hopefully getting that through Rich Waters right now. Sean is definitely aware of it. He's talked about it to the point where yesterday in his stream, he said that they're hoping to make it where you have to gear up as you go. Otherwise, let's say you are soloing your level 1 character and you decide, I'm going to be solo, self-found all the way to level 60, and I'm never going to try to gear up my character. I'm just going to use charm all the way up, right? Where you're going to go into a dungeon at level like 40, and that dungeon is going to just kick your butt. It's going to stomp you because you haven't geared up. Now, a lot of times that only matters for the tank, because the tank needs to have the best gear they possibly can so that they don't take too much damage. So gearing a tank is almost the most important role in an MMO like this. In EverQuest, it always was. Like if your tank was geared, everybody else could just, kind of follow along. But I think the way it sounds now is Sean wants to make it to where everybody needs to gear up a little bit, which is really, really good. I hope they do that. You can put bags and trade skill bags in there. Good. Thank you so much, Todd. So you can put bags into those slots. Holy moly, I'm so behind on chat. Then you look into group metas and take into account that too. Most people going to Fallen Past Skellies at 15, which is all red cons. You can't take a wizard there at 15. They need to look at a lot of that scaling. Yeah, and group metas, absolutely. Like the best group meta right now is going to be like 6 archers or something. It's just, I'm telling you, man, it's going to be busted. But as far as what metas are supposed to be, where you have a tank, a healer, some DPS, a utility, if you were to do that, you want to have as many melee as you can, or pet classes as you can, because those pet classes are basically melee. That's going to be your best bet. Wizard right now is kind of like the redheaded stepchild that's just, stuck out in the barn, and you're just like, we don't like you, Cinderella, clean up the house. That kind of thing. Because just spellcasters are just kind of poopy. They're just terrible. That's bad. In a group setting. Now, a wizard is probably, arguably one of the best, if not the best, quad kite soloer right now. If you can quad kite as a wizard effectively, holy moly, can they power level themselves very quickly. You have to kill things that are a little bit lower level because you want to make sure you hit them and they don't get resisted, but they're strong right now. My name is Magicot, and I'm Altaholic. It's been 36 hours since my last new character was created. I love it. At least, let's say at the very least, I'm going to level a cleric and a shaman twice, since I want a dark elf cleric and a troll shaman later. Okay. I mean, if that's what you want to do, go for it. Nothing like watching an ogre monk sneaking. That would be pretty funny. It probably just looks like they're pooping in their pants, I would imagine, right? They're just like, arr. Anyway. Dude, ogres in this game, golly, they are big things. Maybe it's because I play a dwarf right now, so every time I see an ogre, I'm like, geez, you're huge. I hope the race class combo quest allows us to unlock any combo we want instead of just Goblin Wizard. Well, no, it'll be supposedly fee waiver. We don't know how this is going to work, so I'm just speculating here. But it's going to be like specific quests that unlock specific race class combos. So if you only want a specific race class combo, you do this other quest, right? Whatever quest is going to unlock that. So there will be multiple quests throughout the game. None of that stuff's going to be added until closer to 1.0, so I wouldn't worry about it. Please let me unlock Shaman on the Dwarf. Okay. Dwarf Shaman would be Biss. Yeah, then you can shrink yourself, right? I think a Gnome Shaman would be awesome. You probably can't. Can you play a Gnome Shaman? It might be an option. And shrink yourself, and you can make yourself itty-bitty. Teeny-weeny. I just love Shaman. I want to be a Dwarf. There you go. Yeah. When talking about Magician, don't forget the class gets mini summons like bandages and weapons. Okay, so yeah, we could talk about the bandages and weapons. Worthless, especially at higher level. That's why I don't consider those. The summon weapon is good to give your pet or good to give other players' pets. Those weapons, once you hit a certain level, are going to be overall worthless if you don't have, let's say that you are level 30. I'm going to throw 30 out there. You're level 30 and you're in a group, you're a rogue and you're in a group with an elementalist. If they summon a weapon at level 30 that is better than what that rogue has at level 30, there's a problem. That rogue has not geared up properly, has not gone looking for stuff. There's a problem. So that's how I look at it. Those weapons should really just be for giving to your pets to add a little bit of extra damage to your pets. And then the bandages, sure, can be nice, but bandaging is not great, right? It's not great. It should not be used all the time. The weapons basically give a 50% higher damage to pets. You can bandage pet while meditating. Yeah, and that's like an advantage that elementalists have when they summon their pet. Their pet's not as strong as, say, a necromancer pet, but they can summon a weapon to give their pet. So that it helps out for pets, but that's it. Hello again. What's going on, Tesla? How you doing, bud? With arrows costing 1 copper a piece, they don't cost anything now. Well, they might if you buy them. The first salvage arrows being at level 16, I find myself using about 20 arrows a minute. I would say that it's about 1,000 arrows an hour for an archer in a very good group that's chain pulling. It was about 1,000 arrows an hour, especially once they get double attack. I think it's 1,000 arrows an hour, which is a lot of arrows. It adds up very quickly. Archers get a bag tax, quiver, and fletching kit. Yeah, but you can also put your fletching kit inside of another bag if you want to. I carry around, on my main character, I carry around a tailoring kit, a leatherworking kit, a fletching kit. Actually, I think I left a fletching kit, a disenchanting cube, an enchanter's tome. I carry around all sorts of stuff. Like all these bags, I just put them in another bag. And then when I need a certain one, I move it into the slot. So yeah. Will we be able to charm players in PvP? I don't know. Maybe. Probably. Do you know if you'll be able to harvest nodes, mining herbs, lumber while sneaking as a rogue? I'm pretty sure that as a rogue... So we need to make sure that we're using sneaking and stealth differently. They're two different skills completely. Kind of like what Haas was saying with the damage shield versus the barrier. and I'm not trying to be nitpicky here. I'm just trying to make sure that we all understand what skills we're talking about. But no, I think stealth breaks when you harvest, I believe, but somebody else may know the correct answer to that. Using most skills, unlike those, break stealth. Yeah, most of the time it breaks stealth. In fact, using some mud commands will break stealth and invis. Did you know that? /place, /take will break your invis and things. So be careful when you're using those. The game was more immersive without information, to be honest. Yeah, I would agree. I didn't know Dark till I was in. Yes, it is so dark. You want a Taco Bell taco? Uh-oh, don't say that too loud. My girlfriend will hear you. That's like, I don't even know what that is. You say Taco Bell, and she's just like, huh? Taco Bell? Huh? Who's got Taco Bell? She loves Taco Bell. In fact, on Valentine's Day, I do Lyft and Uber rideshare driving sometimes on the weekends to get a little extra money because streaming does not always pay the bills. So I do a little rideshare driving. And over the last weekend on Valentine's Day, I did some rideshare driving because that's when I had free time to do it. But I came home before midnight with Taco Bell in hand, and we had a little Taco Bell midnight party at like 11:30 at night. And I was like, Happy Valentine's Day. That was her Valentine's surprise. Anyway, not sponsored by Taco Bell, by the way. I think I have to say that. I find archers have major issues with dead zones with archery. They do have a dead zone. Yeah, there's a dead zone. Because technically archers can still melee, but they're better off being ranged. And I think the dead zone is what? Like, I think it's 10 meters. You have to be 10 to 30 meters to be archer, and then from like less than, or from 10 to 5 there's a dead zone, and then like 5 meters I think is melee or something like that. Or not 5 meters, I don't know what it is. I don't think it's meters. I think it might be something else. But yeah, there is a dead zone. It's all about how you do math with spells, abilities, damage. Yeah. If ever in EverQuest, if you were to make the ultimate trade skiller, you'd probably pick an erudite enchanter for high intelligence. That's something, by the way, that came up in Sean's stream yesterday. And I don't know the answer to this either. Sean didn't know the answer to this. We don't know if intelligence increases your ability to trade skill. Like your ability to learn a trade skill. Personally, I think that it should not. That is my personal opinion on it. Because it discourages your dumb classes and they cannot trade skill as efficiently. That it just kind of, I don't like it, but I understand it thematically and all that. So I don't know. What do you guys think about that? What is quad kiting? I'm not familiar with it. Quad kiting. So druid and and wizards get abilities that hit up to 4 monsters. So quad. So when they cast a spell, it can hit up to 4. So, like, you don't want to pull 3, you don't want to pull 5, you want to hit exactly 4. And then what they do is they snare all 4 of those, and then they nuke it, run away, nuke, and they keep doing that until they kill all 4 of those. So that's quad kiting. There are target AoE spells. Yeah, a bunch of people apparently explained it to you, and so I didn't need to. Deep gnomes could be shamans. Very interesting. Deep gnomes will be able to be shamans? Really? That's cool. Or shaman. Is the plural of shaman? I think it is, right? And then, anyway, I'm really not trying to be nitpicky with things. That's what those weapons are for, is pets. Yeah, elemental summons are good to give to noobs who are leveling up. That is true as well. Yeah, Criddle will likely never be in a group without a healer, but elementalist bandages will clutch the group without them. Yeah, I mean, I have an elementalist that like a primary main elementalist in my party, like. I don't think he's gonna. He played magician in EverQuest. He played black mage in Final Fantasy 11. He played the magician equivalent, whatever it was called. What was it called in EverQuest 2? That's what he played. Summoner, whatever it was. He played a summoner in Pantheon. That's literally the class that he plays. That's his favorite class, and he almost always plays it. So yeah. If you're buying arrows and not making them, you're an idiot. Well, I wouldn't call you an idiot, but yeah, you're definitely wasting money. I carry those same bags on my main. Yeah, you got to carry them. Era management has to be annoying. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. That, to me, that's why I think they need to have it where you can take your quiver. A quiver should be an ammo slot bag. And I think it should be exclusive to your archers and rangers. But a quiver should go into an ammo slot and exclusive to those classes. Hot take. I don't know how you guys feel about it, but I think it should have at least 4 slots. That's 4,000 arrows so that they can, just stack them up, be done. Good to go. And I think at higher levels, they should have larger slots and then also weight reduction on those slots. I don't know how we feel about weight reduction bags and stuff in general, but I think that maybe those quivers should potentially have weight reduction so they can carry like 10,000 arrows that are 0 weight for those classes, just to make those classes a little bit better. Hey, dude. What's going on, dude? How are you? Taco Bell. There she is right there. That's the old girlfriend with Taco Bell. Taco Bell? She's like a little prairie dog when you say Taco Bell. For those who want to maximize bank space, here's a tip. Use saddlebags. Really? The saddlebags have the highest? I haven't looked at that. I use backpacks. But, yeah. Died getting my measure stick because of mud commands breaking in Viz. You didn't watch my video then. You should have watched my video, Haas. I did a whole walkthrough and I explained how to do that, and I even said it's going to break it. Nah, it's all good, man. Sorry you died, though. You got some crazy audio? I don't know if I have crazy audio. I apologize if I have crazy audio. Now I want a Baja Blast. Uh-oh, the Mexican pizza is the best hands down. Not sponsored. Oh, my goodness. Fun fact for Valentine's Day, the quickest way to a woman's heart is through her chest. That is true. That is true. Yeah. Sorry, it was your computer? Uh-oh, your computer was the one that was doing it. Uh-oh. Ruh-roh. Crunchwrap Supreme is way to your heart. And I got a Crunchwrap Supreme, as well as some other stuff. So she ate that Crunchwrap Supreme. She liked it. Plural of shaman is shaman. There you go. I like it. I agree. Quiver shouldn't be exclusive to Archer and Ranger, though. Anyone that can hold a bow. Yeah, but I mean, how often do a Shadow Knight or a fighter or a rogue actually use their bow? Or even a paladin, I think, can use bows in this game. How often do they really use their bow? It's not very often. That's why I say I don't mind if they can't use the quiver. I'm going to take a sip of my drink and actually breathe for a second. I think I've caught up on chat. Mostly caught up on chat. I've scrolled to the bottom. Like EQ quivers, they gave innate haste to them. Quivers in this game do have haste. Some quivers do have haste, Goonie. So that is a thing in this game. What's your take on free-for-all loot versus round robin style? I don't mind it personally, but I mostly play in a static group. So like I'm a little bit weird when it comes to that. But yeah, free-for-all loot, I think it promotes communication within your group. And if you want an item, you say, hey, I also want that item. Can we roll for it, etc.? And it adds a little social aspect to it. So I like it. But I totally understand that some people don't like that. I also don't like round robin for reasons. The reason I don't like round robin is because sometimes I don't want to loot a bunch of the garbage that's on a monster, right? I don't want to have all the metal scraps. I don't want to carry around all the vegetables that are now dropping like freaking candy off of some of these monsters. I don't want any of that crap. I just don't want it. So like if I'm round robin, I end up with a bunch of junk in my inventory, and inventory space and weight are at a premium in this game. So that's why I don't like it. And then the reason I do like free-for-all loot is because it promotes socializing in the group. Now, on the flip side, there are bonuses to it. Having like a need-greed window pop up and all that. There are bonuses to that, but I think it takes away from those two things that I just said. So that's my take on it. Other people will probably disagree or agree or whatever. You're talking about MM, but why did you not like Vanguard? It just didn't resonate with me. Like, I can't really say that I didn't play it enough, to be honest, because I wasn't feeling Vanguard when I started playing it. I just felt like it was too much of a buggy mess, and it was too unfinished and unpolished, and I was much younger and cared about that more. I don't care about that as much now, so I probably would be okay with it, because like a little bit of unpolished gives it, a little bit of charm. So I feel like, certain things in Monsters and Memories kind of gives you a little bit more charm when it's not perfectly polished. I kind of like it. So I may like it more now if I were to play it today, but of course Vanguard today is very different than it was back then. I learned a better way to do it using gate and training the goblins away. Okay, I don't know what you're talking about. Baja Blast is now officially a soft drink. What? Let's see. Whizzing through chat today. Yeah. I'm trying to speed through chat as quickly as I can. I haven't even had time to go and read some like Discord posts. Normally I would get to the bottom of chat and then we would go pull up a Discord post. If 1 silver and 8 copper drop from a mob for a full group, my cut is 1 copper, and that's a bunch of baloney. The way that it works, Fee Waiver, I believe, because we tested this, we saw it that way as well. That is a round robin system. So it will split the copper because it's more than 6. So it will give 1 copper to all 6 people. Then there's 2 copper left over, and it'll randomly give 2 people in the party 1 copper each. And then, or it might give randomly 1 person 2 copper. And then you have the 1 silver left over, and that 1 silver goes round robin to another player. And it does a round robin for the coin. Is what from my testing, that is what seems to happen. So in a group setting, eventually you will all get about the same amount, but it's going to vary a little bit. You can split coin if you want to, but the thing is, if the game were to automatically split it, they take that 1 silver that's worth 100 copper, and they split that. That means everybody in the group is always getting copper, and your weight is going to go through the roof. It's going to get nuts. So you don't want them to split it. You want them to keep it that 1 silver, and it kind of makes it a little bit more realistic in a sense, because how are you going to split one silver into 100 copper out in the middle of the world, right? You're not at a bank or anything. So that's the reason that they do that. It's basically round robin. 1,000%. The people I've seen complaining about loot just don't talk in a group. They are used to WoW grouping. Yeah, 1,000%. I agree with you on that. Talk to your fellow groupies. I'm looking for Ranger for melee dual wield DPS with a solid amount of team support. Is Ranger the one? Yes. I would say Ranger is going to be very good melee damage, very good range damage, with a lot of really good utility. Your Archer is going to be better range damage, better range damage. Your Rogue is going to be better melee damage than a Ranger. But both of those are going to lack the utility that the Ranger brings. So Ranger is very, very good. It's actually one of the best classes in the game right now. I would put it up in my top 5 of overall classes in the game currently. It's a really strong, good class. Pally does have bow? Okay, I thought so. I'm a Master Looter fan. I don't mind Master Loot. I mean, I loot for my group almost exclusively. My group hates looting. They have like an affinity to looting. We'll have like just a billion bodies just laying on the ground. And it's really funny because some of my group will like complain about it. They'll be like, dude, you loot everything. But if I don't loot everything, it doesn't get looted. It's kind of weird. But with round robin, you don't have to loot it at all. All it does is lock the mobs for a period of time before opening up to everyone. Yeah, but then it wastes the item. Yeah, well, I don't know. I get what you're saying there. I just don't like it. When you're making a group, you need to establish 2 things: where you're going and what the loot rule is. Yes, I agree with that. Hey, now roll 100 for the staff. That's my thing, right? I totally get the whole round robin thing. I get the need before greed thing. I understand where people are coming from. It does make it simplified, but I just don't like it because it takes away the socialism. So socializing, I don't. Those are 2 very different things. It takes away the socializing. SK are fighting in Disco. Yeah, it's fun to watch. Are they? Shadow Knights are currently fighting in Discord? Where at? Which one? SK Playstyle Drama. Is it this? Holy moly. This has 782 comments since 3 days ago. That's a lot of comments. Uh-oh. Wow, wow. Oh, boy. Oh, boy. Hey, Criddle, thanks for all your videos of Monsters Memories. Noob question, does strength determine range damage or dex? I'm new to old school MMO, like EverQuest. So, right now, to my knowledge, now somebody could correct me if I'm wrong on this, dexterity works for ranged physical damage. So if you're using an archer or a ranger using a bow, or even a fighter using a bow, dexterity increases their damage. I don't know if strength also increases their damage, or it's whichever one is higher, or if it's a combination of the two, but I do know that dexterity does in fact increase your damage. As an archer, you're going to want to focus on dexterity a lot. Archers and spellblades are going to be like going for the same gear. Very, very high dex gear. And leather. So very high leather dex gear. Very high dex leather gear. There we go. That's the correct order. I opted in for beta March 1st. What are the odds of getting into the play? I would say your odds are about 10%. The reason I say that is because 10% in the first week. The reason I say that is because I think there's about 10,000 people opted in for the beta. And I think they want to, based on what I've heard Sean say and Nick say and some other people, my interpretation of what they have said is that they probably want to invite about 1,000 people to the beta. So they want about 1,000. They want to get as close as they can to a live server concurrent players, and their plan for early access live server concurrent players is around 1,000. So my guess is that they want to invite about 1,000 people, see how many people actually start characters and start playing, and keep those servers busy. And then every week, starting from March 1st, every week they're going to invite more players as needed to keep those numbers healthy. So if there's 10,000 people, they invite 1,000. It's about a 10% chance, approximately. Now, they're going to continue to invite people. So some of those people may not see the email. They may not make a character. That's going to increase your chances. So, make sure you're checking with that. I believe Dex is range damage. Yes, Dex is definitely 100% range damage. I just don't know if it's in addition to other things. Criddle's a filthy socialist. Yeah, that's me. No, I don't talk politics or anything of that nature. So I'm not even going to tell you guys where I sit on that political scale. Make some DPS loot everything and divvy it up so healers can med and pullers can pull. Yeah, that's the thing about me, sup baby. Like I'm the main tank for my group, but basically we kill something and I immediately loot it, and then we kill something else and I immediately loot it. That leaves my healers able to heal, my puller able to pull, and my DPS able to be lazy. Because my DPS are very lazy. They're the laziest players you've ever seen in this game, or in any type of game like this. They literally just sit there. They'll talk on Discord. They're watching movies. They're playing other games. I literally have a friend of mine who plays Fortnite or Genshin Impact while he's playing Monsters and Memories with us, and he just reaches over and hits a macro that assists Criddle and attack, and that's literally all he does. And like if we say, "Hey, Gam, wake up," he'll pay attention, but He might be one of the laziest Monsters and Memories players I've ever seen. That's the hard part about playing a healer. Feel like I need to be sitting always, so you can't loot. Yeah, absolutely. Healers need to always be sitting. This is something that I'm tired of talking about with people. They're like, "Oh, but I should be able to stand up, and I want to do this, and I want to do that." No, you sit down. You sit down and you heal. That's what your job is. Stop it. If you don't want to sit down and heal, if you don't want to sit down, stand up, heal, sit down, stand up, heal, don't play a healer. Play a different class. If you want to have a more active class, play a bard. Play some. Actually, shaman is probably the most active class in the game because you will always be casting something. Always as a shaman. You stand up, you heal, you sit down. As soon as your meditate ticks, you stand up, consume, sit down. You meditate ticks, stand up, heal, debuff, buff, consume. If you're not casting a buff, a debuff, or a heal on a shaman, you better be casting consume all the time, or sitting down for your meditate tick. If you're not constantly doing that on a shaman, then you're not playing a shaman at full potential, and I don't know what to say. Don't play a shaman if you don't want to do that, by the way. You need to be using consume a lot. It's an awful play style. I personally can't stand it. I will never play a shaman, but if you want to be able to be good on a shaman, you have to be doing that consume dance. It's terrible. For anyone that doesn't get in, I think they will invite more. Yes, they will be inviting. So Sean has said what their plan is they're going to do after March 1st, after beta hits, after the alpha testers have made sure that beta functions. Then they're going to do an influx of a bunch of players in some sort of big invite. And then every week they're going to be doing more, probably throughout all of March. That's my guess. So, yeah. Fortnite player, I get that reference. Yeah. It was Fortnite player. You know who I'm talking about. You know Gam. Gamadan. What about politics is not letting goblins into the Tree Elf City? Yeah. Politics are easy. Ogres are always right. I mean, if I saw an ogre in real life, I'm going to be like, hey, whatever you want, dude. Whatever you want. Let's see. I can't wait to actually play. There's just so many classes. And all the time before the game is available, my eyes go from one class to another every month. That's going to be tough for you, Brown. It's going to be tough because you're going to have to be picking a class, man. Pick a class. Otherwise, you're never going to get to level 60 and you're not going to be able to see all the game. But I don't say rush it. Can dancing is the worst. I agree. Canny dancing is awful gameplay. I think we need a new way to do it. I would prefer if they did a new way to do it, but currently it is the best way to play a shaman. I was in a group with an enchanter in AC in my teens, the previous test. He didn't want to feel useless by sitting to get mana, so he meleeed with his dagger the entire time. Magicot. See, that's something that people have to learn in this game. If you are a spellcaster, if you are one of these 7 classes, cleric, shaman, druid, enchanter, necromancer, elementalist, wizard. I think I hit them all. You should be sitting down most of the time. Like 80% of your gameplay is sitting. Like, it's just, that is what it is. You need to be meditating. At least sit down on your meditate ticks. You can melee as much as you want. Melee, but after 5.9 seconds, sit your butt down and meditate. And then stand back up and melee for 5.9 seconds and then sit your butt down. You need to be meditating. If you're not meditating, you are an overall detriment to your group. Do not do that. I mean, this is, by the way, for those casual players, that's called min-maxing. Literally sitting down is min-maxing. Like, it's crazy when I hear like casual players, I don't like filthy min-maxers. You guys ruin games. And it's like, well, technically you're doing it. You just don't realize you're doing it. You don't realize it because you haven't thought ahead thinking, okay, what's the most efficient way to play? Min-maxers just think every single step of efficiency. Anyway, Shaman is Cancer, having to watch ticks should have left in 2000. I agree. I don't disagree with you guys at all. I think the whole cannibalized dancing, I think that that the current wizard with the auto attack proccing to get their 20% more damage Also terrible because they have to stand up, melee, sit down, stand up, melee, sit down, get those 5 procs, then nuke. It's so just like, that's not sandwich gameplay. That's like so much action gameplay. It drives you nuts. It's just like, oh my God, I have to literally stare at my bar or like a little 6-second timer. Like I can make like a little 6-second timer that every 6 seconds it goes ding, ding, and every 6 seconds like sit. Like, oh my gosh, it's so frustrating, man. I hate it. Have you played a Shaman in EQ? Yes, I have. Shaman don't sound like a sandwich playstyle. They are not if you play them properly. If you play them with consume in mind, they are not. That is a fun question. What is the laziest class? Cleric. Currently, I'd say cleric. Yeah, cleric is the laziest class. Neither is Bard. Bard is like playing Dance Dance Revolution. Yeah, Bard is a lot. Bard is a lot. Are you not streaming this with the Monsters of Memory category on purpose? I should be. Oh, am I just chatting? Why am I just chatting? Thank you. I appreciate you letting me know. I didn't realize it was in just chatting. I'm actually surprised we have this many people in here when I'm in the just chatting channel. Thank you. That's crazy. You guys have been awesome, by the way. Like these streams to me have been so much fun. I hope you all enjoyed them as well. Like I really just like chatting, and I can't wait till we can actually play and chat at the same time. I'll really show you my skills. I won't be able to keep up with chat as much, but I try. Wizards are still need to melee for the seal at this time. Yeah, wizards need to melee. So like they're not the easiest. Like cleric is the easiest as far as sit down, stand up, heal, and that's it. Wait, maybe do a stun every now and then. Put up a barrier. Cleric is the easiest. What you're describing about having to sit sounds genuinely like a terrible game design. I'm willing to see it in action, but dude, what? Yes. So the way that I'm explaining it does sound terrible, but that is how it was in EverQuest. Is that how it should be in Monsters of Memory? There's certain things that I will also admit, and I'm a huge fan of Monsters and Memories. However, there are certain design choices that this team has made that I'm like, what were you thinking? Why would you put that into this game? Like, I get it. We want to have that old school feel. We want it to feel like EverQuest, etc., etc., etc. But why? And that is one of them. Is that old school med tick type feeling? It's tried. It's true. It works. It functions. Some people like it, but I do disagree with it. There's a lot of things that I disagree with the dev team on this game, but that doesn't mean I'm right. It doesn't mean they're right. It just means that we have a difference of how we go about things. Sean talks about this quite a bit. He talked about it yesterday again. They have decided what they want their game to be, and they're going to make it that way. They hope that you enjoy the game for the way that they are making it. But it is not without its pitfalls. I don't sit on my wizard unless things are hitting the fan. It's absurd to watch mana ticks. Well, on your wizard, you should definitely sit to gain mana and then nuke. If you're not gaining mana on the wizard, you're not doing your full damage potential. If you're trying to melee on the wizard to get that 20% extra damage, and you're not somehow meditating, and you're not full mana, then you're actually hurting yourself because you're losing out on potential nukes for that additional 20% of a nuke. It's just not as good. That's how it was in EQ. It wasn't meant for normal play. It was for the dungeon crawl or solo stuff. Yeah. I propose giving Wizard meditate while standing their seal buff. Maybe. There's a lot of things that they could do. Elementalist. Elementalist is another pretty lazy one, yeah. I would put that up there. Why not allow for other methods, mana regen, meleeing for that? These are all possibilities that they could do. I don't know. I do not know why they would not do that. I don't know. For wizards, you can change the proc work on spells other than melee. Yeah, they do. They have to pay attention to use their shields before the tank dies. Well, they have to pay attention, but you can just spam the shield every time. You just cast a shield, cast a shield, cast a shield. They don't really have to pay that much attention. Clerics are pretty easy to play. Laziest for me could be rogue. You can macro almost everything to 2 buttons. Yeah, but you do have to move behind the mob. You have to move around a little bit. But yeah, I get you. Yeah. Thank you for these streams. They're the only ones I've been able to join due to my time zone. Yeah, no worries. No worries at all, man. Elemental just hits pet attack every so often. Nuke and sit. That is true, yeah. But they're trying to change the Elementalist to where you interact with your pet. So like the pet does their ability. Technically, if you want to min-max your Elementalist, this is what you need to be doing. You need to toggle off the pet abilities, and then you need to manually hit the pet ability and then manually cast the correct corresponding spell to cause your pet to do something special, like a blind or a knockback or whatever it is that pets can do. They need to work on that system, and they need to add more to that system to really give Elementalist a unique play style outside of Wizard with pet. So yeah, I think that they can do that. For the old school feel, we should randomly DC and get pop up with mom picked up your phone. Dude, I remember that, man. Oh my gosh. My sister used to always pick up the phone to call her friends and get this, and then it would like disconnect me and it would cause arguments in the house and all that. Yeah. I traded a backpack full of my shared slot on the last test. Really? Nice. That's awesome. You just gave it away? Like, this game will change a lot after EA. I think we're going to see a lot of changes. Yeah. I agree with you. Like, I think that the 0 instancing, I love it. I personally love it. But I don't think not having instances is going to be the best for this game going forward. Unfortunately. Like, there are people like me, like that's a design choice that I like that the devs did that a lot of other people don't like that the devs did. So yeah, we'll have to see. What I would say, instead of taking away meditate completely, is make it to where you actually have to sit down for 6 seconds before you get your first meditate tick. And then every 6 seconds after that, you get a meditate tick. Before you all flame me for what I just said, that would take away the need to cannibalize dance. It would take away a lot of other things, and then you would have to balance around that, though. It would change the balance of the game, and you would definitely have to balance around it. I play with a Spellblade Elementalist. If Seal isn't up all the time, it's actually worse than me sitting and not applying it. Well, yeah, if you're playing with other classes that do a lot of elemental damage, yeah, the Wizard is definitely good if you have a lot of elemental damage, because they're going to add 20% more damage to everybody in the party that's doing elemental damage. Is there a sit aggro like an EQ? Yes, there is. Because the Wizards stand up after mana tick, attack once, twice, sit down before the next tick. Yes, you can absolutely do that. But there is sit aggro. Yes, that also is a thing. So you just have to be careful. It's not as bad as it was in EverQuest. Like if you are, you can sit down next to an enemy as long as the tank has enough aggro, and you'll be fine. The mob won't turn and attack you. But if a mob just shows up to camp and doesn't have a lot of threat on it, it absolutely will hit you if you're sitting down. What if instead of min-maxing, we settle for min-most? There you go. We can min-most everything. I'm not about to watch the mana ticks all the time. I agree, yeah. Maybe have alternate styles like Battle Cleric. That's another thing that people have been talking about, the Battle Cleric. So something that Pantheon, I liked it in Pantheon, was the Cleric could sit down and meditate, but could also melee. And actually, it was better that the Cleric in Pantheon meleeed to gain mana back faster. It was actually a better gameplay, and it added a little bit of extra DPS to the group. The reason I like that so much in this game is because the cleric doesn't really bring any DPS to a party. It is the best overall healer, but it brings 0 DPS and very little utility. Now, I mean, it could nuke, I guess, undead nuke. Whereas a shaman or a druid at least has a pet that they can add to do damage. The druid also has a damage shield that it can put on the tank to add damage. So like they're able to add a little bit more damage where the cleric doesn't. But I guess that's the drawback to being the best overall healer. But I think it would be kind of nice if the cleric had a way, like the supplication thing. The idea of that Nick had is a great idea, but which one is better? Should a cleric use supplication, get that mana regen and hit things, or should it be sitting down and meditating, etc.? It just makes it like they got to balance it. If they're going to do stuff like that, it's got to be balanced properly, and that was not balanced properly. EQR Guild had a very old man that played a rogue. He would always die on bosses that enrage because he could barely see and slow to react. Life goals. That's my stepdad, by the way. Like literally that would be him. In a game like this, he wants to play like a faster paced. I tried to get him to play a healer for my group, and he just wouldn't sit down. He just always wanted to be up doing stuff. And I'm like, dude, you gotta sit down. And he could not do it. The guy's super like fidgety. He's got to do something all the time. But if I were to make him like a rogue and just be like, okay, just stand behind the monster and attack. Oh, it's going to enrage and he's just going to kill himself. Like it's just, it'll be bad. But yeah, that is life goals for sure. Elementus also needs to reapply damage shield every 10 minutes. Yeah, I have a druid in my party. My main healer right now in my group is a druid, so we just do the damage shield through the druid instead of elementalist. But yeah, we need the /pizza command. Dude, you know what I just found out? So this is, I don't want to get into a lot of details because people are going to be like, gross, I don't want to hear about that. I've been having like these roaming hives been popping up. Apparently I'm allergic to wheat. So now I can't have pizza anymore. Like, well, we think it is. I've cut out wheat and gluten completely from every food that I ate for the past 2 days, and that has all subsided quite a bit, so it's going away. And I'm like, great, cool. It's been going on for like 2 months, and it's been driving me nuts. But now I can't eat pizza. And it's Pizza Friday. It's pizza movie night, guys. And I can't have pizza on pizza movie night. I'm sad. Hang on a second. Let me... All right, my son's on his way over, so I want to make sure that I answer the door when he comes over. So I'll have to take a quick break here in just a second. Well, in a few minutes. They're going to be here whenever, at some point. Only housing will be instanced. No. In this game, in Crypt, no, the housing's not even going to be instanced. Well, yeah, you put instance like this. Yes, housing will be able to be blocked off, I guess is what they're saying. There is no instancing whatsoever. So this is another one of those things where people get it like the damage shield versus the barrier versus sneak versus stealth. Instancing is another one of those things that a lot of people get confused and they don't know what instancing is. So I want to make sure that I explain it. Not that anybody's wrong in what they're saying, but nothing in Monsters and Memories will be instanced in the sense of what we as like hardcore gamers think of instancing. Housing, however, you will be able to lock your door and people will not be able to come inside. If you don't want them in your house, they will be instantly teleported outside of your house if they somehow get into your house. So they will be kind of instanced in that situation. I think that's what you mean, Encrypt. I hope that's what you mean. I'm assuming. I just don't want people to get confused between like zoning into your housing district or anything of that nature. Campfires also need to have a meditate increase. That's what I think. Yeah, I think that campfires, there should be a blue campfire that gives you more mana or something. I would love to see that. Or if you're around a campfire, you're automatically meditating, even if you're standing up. Like like if you have a certain type of campfire, it just considers you to be like you have a blue campfire, and it just makes you like in tune with the world around you. So you're just meditating while you're playing the game. That could help out a little bit. But again, the game would need to be balanced around that. Make Cannibalize have a minute cooldown and increases effectiveness by 10. I mean, they could do that. Yeah, that's another option. It's all about balancing it. Yeah. I did the math. You still want to alternate between Cannibalize and sit down for 2 ticks then? Do you? Even if you did the like a minute long cooldown? Switching topics. When people start getting paid and can do this full time, I think we will see a lot more changes more quickly. I agree. That's one thing that's crazy about this game is it's been developed by a volunteer team over the past 5 years. And that team has grown over the past 5 years. But like the amount of content that they've been able to push out in just the last year alone, since I've been kind of really focusing and playing this game a bunch, I've really only been like 100% involved in this game for like a year. And in that amount of time, the amount of content that they have done in a volunteer capacity, I feel like is a lot. So once they can start paying people and people can actually dedicate, 8 to 10 hours a day on this game and then more if they want to, that's going to be awesome. Although at the same time, a lot of people that are building this game volunteer wise are putting in full-time hours as a volunteer. That might mean that it's not going to change much, and they might even dial back a little bit because they're like, man, I've been busting my butt in this game. I'm only going to put in my 8 hours a day and I'm going to clock out, and I'm only going to do it 5 days a week. I'm not going to do it 7 days a week. So, in some ways it might change, but we'll see what happens. Every meditate tick, you get a new row added, +1 straight, plus 10 ticks. So you're talking about this, that is something they did in Pantheon, which a lot of people hated. I'm not saying that it's wrong, but yeah, when you sit down in Pantheon, the longer you sit, the more you meditate, the more mana you meditate with. So it's a very good way to change it and possibly fix it, or resolve the thing. But yeah, we'll have to see. True D&D cleric would be Bomb Diggity. I mean, that would be cool to me, yeah. I would love to see the cleric. I don't think we need to have more pets in this game. But, the what's the spell that they summon the hammer, or they summon Celestial Weapon, I think is what it's called, or whatever. Anyway, they summon like a weapon that they can move around and attack things for X amount of time. I would like to see something similar to that with the cleric, where they cast it, it creates a summoned weapon, and it attacks that enemy until either the enemy's dead or the cleric is dead. And it just constantly keeps attacking. And it doesn't have to do much damage, just a little bit of damage, just enough damage. Supplication also just sucks. It does. Yeah, it's not very good. You want players feeling enraged without feeling mechanical? Yeah, or engaged, not enraged. Yeah, engaged. Yeah, exactly. That I agree, Westmort. At level 60, it nets like 28 mana per minute. At level 60, Cannibalize nets 28 mana per minute. That's it? I thought Cannibalize was 11 per... It's 11 per use, and you can use it... If you use it at between once per tick, that means you're using it 10 times, so that would be 111 mana. Should be 111 mana, right? That's at the base level. ZBrush was doing some sweet female dark elf concept. Definitely rolling a cleric one. Nice. Gluten-free pizza? No, gross. There's a pizza place near me that uses cornmeal crust. Is it good, though? Cornmeal crust? You hear this, Feisty? You hear this, what we're talking about with this pizza? And cauliflower pizza? No, thank you. We got to have one that's good that the kids are also going to like. They're very particular when it comes to their pizza. Pizza place near me has gluten-free pizza crust. Just a giant sausage patty. Oh, jeez. That would be so, like, meat heaven. Meat coma after that. I worked at Pizza Hut when the Slash Pizza command came out. My dad actually ordered pizza from my store using the command, and I got to make his pizza. It was awesome. That's cool. That's a cool story, dude. I like that you were able to do that. My sister worked at Papa John's for like a little while growing up. That is why I never ate at that Papa John's, because my sister worked there, and she told me some things, and I'm like, gross. Gross. The gluten-free options, though, just don't taste as good. Gluten-free food has come a long way. Some I actually prefer to normal. Do you really? Okay. Maybe I'll try it then, guys. Maybe I'll try it. I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. Costco's cauliflower crust is pretty good. Okay. Maybe. No, Candlelights comment is referring to having the first med tick do nothing, the second and beyond give mana. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I'd pay right now, even knowing the character will be wiped. Oh, you'd pay? Yeah. They don't want to take any money right now until the game is ready to release, and they feel like it's going to be ready for early access. It's not going to be... Now, I'm going to say something that some people are going to agree and some people are going to disagree with. This game is not going to be ready on early access. They're like for general public, this game is definitely not going to be ready. It's going to be missing a lot. There's going to be a lot of bugs still. There's going to be just a lot of problems, and people are going to come in and they're going to be like hating it. They would, I feel like, if they were to blast this on Steam and put it out on Steam as an early access game, they would get a lot of negative reviews. But that's not to say that the game is bad. They're just going to get a lot of negative reviews because people just don't like, they don't like this style of game. So it would just happen. And the graphics, I like the graphics. I think the graphics are great. I love the art style of this game. But I think a lot of people would be a turnoff. Will you still play Pantheon? I'll try Pantheon at some point. I'm going to look at it when the spring update actually hits, and we're going to see where we're at. I'm not completely throwing Pantheon out as a possible game in the future, but I still disagree with what that company is doing. On a company level, I don't like how they're going about things and how they're building the game. So I'm not supporting that game, and I'm not playing that game until I see some changes there. I look at it more like a business transaction, right? If I would be, am I willing to put stock into that game? Then I'll play it. I'd be willing to put stock into Monsters and Memories. I'm willing to put stock into Niche Worlds Cult. I'm not willing to put stock into Visionary Realms. So that's where I'm at right now. We'll see what happens when they come out in with their spring update. If you wanted to have a mounted medding, they could just have medding while standing. Well, yeah, mounted medding. Oh, geez, mounted medding might be a thing. Changes based on God. Standing affects the strength. You're talking about the spiritual weapon? Yeah, spiritual weapon stuff. I thought that was a really cool spell. I love using a cleric with spiritual weapon. Supplication produces 28 mana a minute at 60, not cannibalize. Okay. Supplication is 28 mana per minute. Gotcha. Man, I was getting all that confused. I was trying to piece together. That's the part of like when I'm reading from one thing to the next. I think I've finally got it. A lot of conversations going on, hard to keep track of. I forgive you. Thank you so much, Haas. I appreciate it. Got it. I think we're getting there. They had a cleric temporarily summoned hammer pet in EQ. They did, yeah. One update, it got bugged, and you could summon unlimited amounts as fast as you could click. For a couple days, clerics and solo raid bosses. Yeah, that happens. That happens. Gluten-free from German roots, meaning flavor-free. Wow. It's not 1.0, but it's good. Funding path for early access. Yeah. I think it's going to be a game that's going to be great for anybody that's nostalgic about EverQuest, anybody that never played EverQuest but always wanted to, because maybe they were too young or whatever, or not born yet. I think it's going to be good for a certain group of people. I think the masses that are coming in from Ashes of Creation are going to be disappointed because it's not going to be as visually appealing to them, and the fighting is not going to be as fast and as action based as that game. I think people coming in from live WoW or any World of Warcraft after Wrath of the Lich King, if anybody started World of Warcraft after that and loves WoW for what it is today, they're not going to like this game very much. But I think it's going to be a great game for certain people. And something that Sean's doing and talks about that I really love is that he doesn't want to put it on Steam because he doesn't want it to get millions of people in all at once. He wants this to be a slow drip game where we slowly get more and more and more players as we go on to 1.0. And then hopefully by the time we hit 1.0, then maybe, I'm not saying they're going to do this, so don't quote me on this, they could then throw it on like Steam or something and just get lots of people to see it, and it'd just be an amazing game. But I think it could easily be one of those games where just nobody knows about it until everybody knows about it. Golly, what was that game? Among Us. Do you guys remember when Among Us became super popular? Like, it was out for a little while and people were playing it and having fun with it, and then all of a sudden like a group of streamers decided to play it. And then it was just like, holy moly, this game looks so much fun. And it just like popped off and it went crazy. That's kind of what I'm thinking is going to happen. It's going to be that slow grind until all of a sudden it just clicks with everybody. And everybody's like, this is amazing. Throw the whole Pantheon in the trash. I mean, I don't disagree with you. Do you mind explaining? I played both Pantheon and Monster Memories, but I don't use social media. How is Pantheon run as a company? So the reason I don't like, I'll do this quickly because I know a lot of people get tired of me bashing on Pantheon so much. I'm not a hater of Pantheon. I'm not a hater of the people over there. I love what they're trying to do with the game, but I disagree with how they're doing it. I disagree with the way in which that company does their structure and does things. So one of the things is that they're constantly recreating the game. The Pantheon has been being built for a decade plus, right? A decade plus at this point. It's been like 15 years almost. And they have redone the foundation of that game probably no less than 5 or 6 times. And now they're doing it again with this upcoming spring update. They're redoing the entire foundation of it for whatever amount of times. And that to me is like, okay, you guys cannot, the developers, the company as a whole cannot figure out what they want that game to be. They know what they want it to be in 10 years. They don't know how they're going to get there, and they keep trying to reiterate it over and over and over and over and over. That's one problem I don't like. The next thing is that when they put out an update, every single time they put out an update, it's just broken. It's a mess. They're not testing things properly within the company before it comes out in any type of format that we can see. We're paying to be testers of the game. I don't like that. Like, they literally put it out there on Steam and said, hey, you are a tester of this game, but we're calling it early access. I don't like that. When Monsters and Memories comes out in early access, no, the game is live. Sean has specifically said the game is live. Like, that is it. And I don't like the way that Visionary Realms says that, no, the game is still in alpha and you are testing it even though you are paying for the game. Another thing that I don't like is that certain people, and I'm not going to name names, certain people within the company probably should have been fired. I'm just going to throw it out there. They probably should have been fired, but instead they were moved to a different part of the company and kept on board, at least 2 different people that I know of, and given raises. When they got this huge influx of money, which was the second time they've gotten an influx of money, the first time was in all the sales in Steam. They got millions of dollars from the Steam sales. They did nothing with that over a year. They get another influx of money. They've basically done nothing with that since they've gotten it, other than keep people on board that are already messing the game up. That's the problem that I have. It's not that the game is bad. It's not that I don't like the dev team. It's not like, it's just like the company's being run very poorly. It's not being run well at all. They have meetings after meetings after meetings after meetings after meetings, a bunch of crap that doesn't matter, but they're not actually doing anything in the game and fixing it. So that's where I'm at with it. I'm not trying to harp on it. I'm not trying to, but since you asked the question, that's my answer. Until they get their act straight as a company and not squandering money in the same way that Ashes of Creation has, I put Pantheon and Ashes of Creation in the same bucket. That's what they're doing. If you are following the Ashes of Creation fiasco, Pantheon is literally right next to it, as far as a company is concerned, and that's a problem. So that's where I'm at. I don't think it's as bad, right? I don't think it's as bad, but it's close. I'm a Pantheon hater. I want people to succeed, but I'm burnt out on the never-ending revamps. Yes, exactly. I don't want to say I'm a Pantheon hater. I'm just like, I don't like their company structure. I would never, it doesn't matter what the company is. Like, if I don't like the way that the company is running things, and I feel like they're just running something into the ground, I'm not gonna go and buy their product. I don't care what the product is. Like, I'm just not gonna do it. If I don't like the way the company is, like, we do that all the time. Like, you don't like a fast food chain because of the company structure. You don't eat at the fast food chain, right? Why give them more money? Remember when you were super positive about Pantheon and your YouTube videos, and I saw your attitude shift over time? Yeah, I am still super positive about Pantheon. I would love for that game to come out. I think that certain people at the company want that game to come out. I think they have great ideas. They're just terrible at implementing them. They're terrible at constantly redoing things. They're terrible at it's like they all want to be friends, and there's no business mechanism. Like, there needs to be a boss and somebody saying, do your job, and if you don't do your job, you're fired. We'll hire somebody else. They're not doing that. They're saying, do your job. Oh, you didn't do your job well, we're just going to give you a promotion and move you over here to this other place and see if you do a better job over there. What? No, don't do that. I'm not a Pantheon hater. I just have way more faith in Monster Memories being the kind of game that I want to play. Yeah. I think that I feel like the dev team, and I can say this, if I worked for Monsters and Memories, I would not say any of the things that I just said. If I worked for a dev company, I would not say any things that I just said. Period. Like, if I was a game developer, I wouldn't say that. I'm a content creator. I'm here to tell you the truth about these things, not to hide behind, like, I don't want to lose my job. Like, I'm not going to lose my job from doing, like, I mean, I don't get paid anything for being a content creator anyway. I barely make peanuts. That's why I drive for rideshare sometimes on the weekends, is so that I can pay bills, because I make zero money anyway. You're not going to make it worse for me. You broke this. Let's get you working on something new. Yeah, it's so silly. So silly. VR is so horribly mismanaged. Yeah, they've taken tens of millions of dollars. Exactly. They are the same thing as Ashes of Creation, guys. Ashes of Creation did it more money, but it's been close. There's probably been 20, 30 million, I would say, that has been put into Pantheon. What do we get out of that? I'm telling you, we're going to end up with an Ashes of Creation pyramid scheme style explosion at some point. And I hate to say it. Sounds like no vision and bad leadership. They have a vision, but their vision is too far. That's the problem with Visionary Realms. Their vision is like where we want the game to be 10 years from now, not how we're going to get there. That's the problem, right? When you create a business, you have this is where I want to be. Uh-oh, hang on. I may have to. We're headed there or here. Okay, let me go get my son real quick. He's at the door. I'll be right back, and we can finish this conversation, or we can not. Doesn't matter. All right. Sorry about that. And my kiddo's sick, so he's home from school, and all that kind of stuff. Anyway, I don't want to go into, hey, everybody, hate on Pantheon, hate on Visionary Realms. That's my reasoning for it. I just don't like what the company's doing. Hopefully I covered it enough. And again, I don't want to harp on it. No mentioning any names. Yeah. Second, they charged people to use the forums. I was out. Wait, they charged people to use the forums? I didn't even know they did that. Thanks, that's thorough. Yeah. I found that Pantheon to be a great game, and I find Pantheon and Monster Manual to be incredible similar as a steal without any monthly fee. Yeah, but they're going to have a monthly fee if they ever release the actual game. Some crazy recent news. Steven was scamming hard. Yeah, that whole thing was a pyramid scheme, apparently. The entire action of creation was, hey, I'm going to make a game, give me millions of dollars. I'm going to make a game, and then I'm going to now get more investors to pay those investors. It was literally a pyramid scheme. And at the bottom of that pyramid was going to be us gamers that it funded the entire thing. I'm a backer, and I thought bought the game 3 times. I'm not happy. You talking about Pantheon? Yeah. How many times has WoW completely redone in-game systems over the last 20 years? Does that mean they have terrible management too? No, but that's what I'm saying. Like, this is why I don't like to talk about it, because people are going to try to nitpick every little detail that I say. Guys, I'm telling you right now, there's a big difference between a company that goes in and tries to fix and change some systems versus a company that just has no clue what they're doing. They are completely oblivious to how they're doing stuff. What's up, buddy?
Nice Pokemon.
You want to come say hi? You have Pokemon cards?
Nice Pokemon.
Yeah? You get all your Pokemon cards?
They're falling out of the binders.
This is my... Oh, you're dropping them on the floor. Don't drop them on the floor. My kid, like I said, he's home from school today. But yeah, guys, don't try to... I get what you're trying to say. You're super defensive of Pantheon. You don't want people talking badly about it. I understand. But you have to hear what I'm saying is that World of Warcraft created a game that is good, right? And they've built on that game. And over time, yes, they have changed systems. Yes, they have added new systems. Yes, they have done those things that actually function well and have made the game better over time. Visionary Realms has just said, we don't like how this functions. We're going to change it to this other thing. Oh, it's still garbage. We're going to change it to this other thing. It's still They're not building on it. They're not adding new content. They're keeping the same garbage content without doing, and they're just keeping it. It's just stuck. It's not going anywhere. It's just there. It's a very, very big difference. Very big difference.
I have a really cool Pokemon. Pokemon card.
Very cool Pokemon card. Yeah.
Golden.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, I this is why I don't like talking about it anymore. People are going to disagree with me, and that's fine. You can disagree with me all day. I don't care. Visionary Realms is not a company I would put stock into. Period. It's just not. Would you take financial advice from somebody that's telling you to put money into a failing company? I feel like it's the same way right now. To me, it's a failing company. Hopefully, I'm wrong. Hope the youngin feels better soon. 2 kids sick this week. Oh no, Nicodemus, that's not fun. Yeah, he threw up last night or this. Was it last night or this morning, buddy?
Technically,
It was both. Awesome.
2 a.m.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's just not fun. AOC dude took a loan out against the company for property, sold it, kept the money. Yeah, it was a whole thing. For a pyramid scheme, they made a pretty good game. But that's the thing, is they didn't. They didn't. They made a small portion of the game to make you think that they were making a good game. People will try to gotcha if you say you're not going to talk about it, then don't. Yeah, they will. They absolutely will. So I'm just gonna stop. We're gonna move on. Kids Plague carries the lot. Difference is Pantheon has been in development for half the time of WoW, and it's been a live service. Yeah, that's another thing. That is true. Pantheon has been Pantheon has been trying to make a game for almost 15 years now. World of Warcraft has had a game in place for 20 years and making it better and better and better. I mean, I don't know how long it took them to develop the game prior to them releasing it, but yeah. Anyway. Where's the starting city for Pantheon? Yeah, there's no starting city. Anyway. Money sinks, and nowadays they will live with in their 30s because economy blows. Yeah. Anyway, let's move on from all of that garbo. Let's see. What can we talk about? What's going on with this thread? Are people just arguing down here? I cast manual breathing. What? What is this? That's a pretty funny looking meme. Oh, wait. Are they talking about... They're talking about min-maxing somewhere. Flourishing's talking about min-maxing this morning. What the heck is this? Oh my gosh. I disagree strongly. Did you play Ashes? There were... I'm not... guys, I'm not going to keep talking about it. If you want to defend Ashes of Creation at this point, that's... I don't know what to tell you. You're on a sinking ship. Yeah, it's... They can make... Oh my gosh, this gets so frustrating to try to explain to people because it's like you clearly are just like blinders on. I love the game. I don't care about anything else that's happening outside of the hyper focus that I have on the game. Clearly, you have to look outside of that. Look out the dang window, man. Your boat's sinking. Your boat has sunk. It is currently underwater, and you're still trying to defend that game. Don't. My goodness gracious. Exactly, buddy. Exactly. You're 100% right. Yeah, you're 100% right. These fireside chats are great. I don't get much free time, so basically Monday episode lasts me through the weekend. Nice. And the Friday episode lasts me through the week. That's my plan, right? That's the plan, is to try to let's get a good start to your week on Mondays and then a good end to your week on Fridays. Evil loves to argue with everyone. Evil does. Wait a minute. Was that an evil thing? Dude, so I would say that Evil does. However, I've gotten to the point where Evil and I get along. Where was it? Evil and I got along somewhere on one of these threads. Yeah, Evil, is it this one? No, it's... Anyway, maybe it was one of these other threads up here somewhere. But, yeah, Evil and I, we got along. Who's saying something in general chat? Who's pinging me in general chat? I don't know what's going on there. Anyway. Veer away from the negative? Yeah, we're done. Oh, no, the developers, yes, I'm all on the sides of the developers, guys. There's a lot of people that were involved with Ashes of Creation and Pantheon that are not... buddy, I see it. We're not talking Pokemon 2. My goodness, we can't talk everything. I see you have a lot of Pokemon cards. Golly. I side with all the developers. I don't want anybody losing their jobs over this stuff. It's the management usually that's causing the problems, right? It's the way these companies are managed. That's a big issue. The developers that are creating games and all that, there's some very top end developers that worked on Ashes of Creation that did not deserve what happened to them and what happened to that game. Absolutely did not deserve it. I'm not talking about those people. Those people 100% did not deserve what happened to them. And I hope that they are able to rebound and bounce back and continue to work on games, because they did, for the work that they did do, they did a great job. Criddle mentions Evil. No, that's not the... Evil's a player. Like, we don't go back... Yeah, it's not like that. I played mostly Necro and Wizard. If they choose to do nothing to one of the two, I hope it's Necro. Wizard, I won't touch. Recommend anyone touch without changes. Yeah, Necromancer's in a good place right now. I would say that Necromancer is in a good spot, a really good spot. they are probably one of the most, if not the most finished class. I think Ranger's up there now with the Necromancer. Ranger's feeling pretty good as far as things being finished. So I would agree. Wizard needs a lot more love. You searching for a needle in a haystack for one time? No, it's actually, I'm pretty sure it's in the closed testing. I'm pretty sure it's under XP rates. I don't want to like go too much in detail here, but it's under one of these up in here in the closed testing area, I think, because I think he's in the closed testing. He may not be, but yeah, like it's here. We'll go back to that. See what people are talking about in the general. Have an additional chat we can chat about. Chat on top of chat. I can't read it all. Is it the same evil that talks in Pantheon Discord? Some people just like to hear themselves blabber. Yeah. I mean, I don't dislike the guy. I agree with him on certain things. I disagree with him on certain things. I'm hopefully starting to get to that point where people don't think that I'm just arguing. Gotta get stinking. I gotta fix my my cord here. I'm not trying to argue with people on the Discord or in forums or in Twitch chat or anything. I'm trying to make the game better. But I feel like certain ways that people talk to people, and I do this, I'm very bad about it, is I sound very argumentative. And I think that evil comes across that way sometimes too. Very argumentative. That was just the Shrek table meme with people arguing and Donkey coming in and going, Pokemon! Yes, it was. Fun fact, Pokemon cards are more valuable than Bitcoin and gold. Well, yeah, but that's because of the... probably because of that one card that sold for $16 million. But didn't it come with the whole gem encrusted lanyard that I don't like Jake Paul. I'm leaving it at that. I feel for the AOC devs, a lot of talent.
Pokemon card is the orange Pikachu card.
What?
Most expensive Pokemon with the orange Pikachu card is only like 100 of them ever made.
There were like 40, but yeah, yes.
It's Pikachu. So.
Yes, it is Pikachu, yeah, and yes, you are correct, buddy. One just recently sold, that's why it came up. I feel for the days of devs at EOC, a lot of the talent in there now to pick up places, move forward. Yeah, nothing but love for them. Yes, absolutely. I'm right there with you, Nicodemus, and everybody else I'm sure in chat. The devs got the poopy end of that stick because management was terrible. And I think the same thing is happening in other places. Need a server badge for feedback police? They do nothing but start fights in every feedback thread. I would agree to some extent, yeah. Some people like to nitpick everything that you say, and it doesn't matter. This is something that I've noticed on this Discord, and well, a lot of Discords, and in Reddit, is certain people just like to take what you say and nitpick it for no apparent reason. Like they want to be those people that are just right, or they want to be those people that like, yeah, but you forgot about this. Yeah, but what about this? Yeah, but what about this? And it's like, yeah, we can't think of every single possible option of what other people are going to think of, right? And when I make my posts, I try to think of those people because I try to write my post out. Yes, I thought of this. Yes, I thought, like, I'll show you the post that I'm talking about that I just recently, this one right here. At the very end, I said, of course, this assumes players of equal level are fighting the same level enemies, no matter what the group size is, which I believe is true, blah, blah, blah. Like, I had to put in a freaking disclaimer on the bottom of my post so that I can refer back to it when people say, well, you didn't do this, you didn't factor in this. Oh my God, it's so infuriating. Anyway. Pretty busy thread in game feedback for the loot system. Oh yeah? I think we need I don't think we need a better loot system. Where is it at? Is leveling too fast? Yeah. Leveling is too fast. I don't think we need a better loot system, but we need just better loot in general, which I think Rich is working on quite a bit. I only have one person ignored. I don't ignore anybody. Yeah, I don't ignore people. Don't hate on people, guys. Like I don't want this to turn in like I know it's partly my fault for just like hating on certain things, but well, let's not turn it into a hate thread or a hate stream. Let's turn it into how can we make this game better? Looking at what's happened in other MMOs, looking at how people deal with things. How can we make this game better? I hope we continue. Like this thread right here, I'm not even going to open it. This thread right here just didn't need to happen. Not on the official Discord. That's just ridiculous. But yeah, this is entirely volunteer basis without funding yet, and having a fairly polished game already is why I'm excited about it. Absolutely, yeah. They're able to do more with a near zero budget. They are closer to a $0 budget than how am I supposed to be putting this? I don't know. They're closer to a $0 budget than all of these other MMOs, like to their millions of dollar budget, I guess. I don't know how to say it. But yeah. It's just under game feedback. Game feedback, this one right here. Loot system needed. What loot system is needed? Round robin, master loot. Yeah, this is what we were talking about earlier. I don't agree. During the last playtest, my friends and I had to try and keep up with whose turn it is to loot constantly, which really got in the way of fun chit chat and other things. I understand where they're coming with that. It was needed because we all were starting fresh. We had no money, and we needed a way for things to be fair for everyone. Things at low levels dies relatively fast. I think just having... So yeah, I mean, I get this, right? I get this, but I don't get this. The reason I get this is because, yes, it makes it easier so that you don't have to think about it as much. But I don't get this because this person's literally saying they were playing with a group of their friends. If you're playing with a group of your friends, does it really matter? If I go out with a group of my friends to a restaurant, you know, one of my buddies can be like, "Hey, I'm going to go get a drink. Do you want one?" "Hey, yeah, sure. You mind buying me a drink?" They'll go and they'll buy me a drink. They'll come back, sit down, we'll drink it, and I'll be like, "Hey, you got the last one. Let me go get the next one." And we just kind of organically share, right? Hey, you drove last time. Let me drive this time. And you just organically share those kinds of things. And I don't know. I feel like if you're playing a game like this and you're playing with your friends, I know that, like, for myself, I play a fighter. My friend plays a monk. Both of us have way more money than all of the spellcasters in our group because they're buying all these spells every level. So we just started giving them our money. We're like, "Oh, you don't have enough to buy your spells? Here you go. Have some money." We just share among our group. We don't care. Like, it's just not a big deal. But I don't know. Maybe for other people, it's a bigger deal. Sir, please read the article about fishing. Uh-oh. Which one about fishing? I'm not a big fan of fishing in video games, but yeah. I just want auto loot, more clicks for just clicking is bad. My poor elbows and arms. I agree. I think that we need to have a loot all button as well on corpse recovery. Like, after you get resurrected, loot all. I don't want to click every single freaking thing. Like, come on. That's so tedious. There's the problem. You put the disclaimer at the end, and people respond. Yes, that's true. That's true. Project Gorgon has been hitting the spot, waiting for Monster Memories. I have heard some great things about what Project Gorgon has turned into. I played Project Gorgon years ago. And it was a fun game. It was great. I think it's fantastic. But yeah, I haven't played it recently, so I'm glad that you guys are all enjoying it and throwing them some love. You know, like the whole story of Project Gorgon is just hits your heart. Mobs seem to die too fast. Yes, that's another thing. Hard to keep up. Mobs dying too fast in this game. The TTK has dropped. Well, they brought the TTK up, but they need to bring it up way higher. That's a thing that I think we need to talk to Nick about, and Nick didn't want to bring it up higher, but I think it needs to go higher, and I think a lot of the community would like it to go higher. Who in chat, just out of curiosity, who of you would want TTK to go higher? Who would want it to go lower? Or keep it the same. I think TTK needs to be longer. Higher meaning more seconds to kill a mob. I think it needs to go up. Let's see. Do you know if there is a mail system for Monster Memories? No, there's no mail system, and there's no plan for a mail system that I know of. So what's your take on SK Post on Hybrid having to choose between long cooldown abilities like Harm Touch? I don't necessarily like any cooldown ability that's over about 10 minutes or so. I like the idea of those. I think any cooldown over 10 minutes should just be put on a hotbar down at the bottom, because it takes up a very limited amount of ability space, and we have a lot of abilities in this game. Higher TTK, TTK is fine. Higher if XP goes up, of course. I think XP doesn't need to go up. We need higher TTK and keep XP about the same so that it extends the life of the game. That's my take. Of course, everybody else is different. Nicodemus higher as well. Yeah. I'm surprised that you want it to be higher, Nicodemus. Have you soloed on a cleric? TTK going higher would be mind-numbing. Well, that's the thing. This game isn't meant to be a solo game, and that's the problem that I keep seeing every time people bring up experience or TTK or certain thing. It's literally anything in this game. People are like, well, what about soloing? What about soloing? It's not meant to be a solo game. A cleric is not meant to be a solo class, and this game is not meant to be a solo game. You're playing the worst class, or one of top 3 worst class in this kind of game if you want to solo. Pick a different class if you want to solo. Pick a necromancer, an enchanter, a bard, right now an archer, a wizard. Those are all much better solo classes. Double it at least, Setfer. I mean, I think it needs to go up. Yeah, TTK only feels bad for groups. Well, yeah, again, when you come to soloing, yeah, higher TTK, keep it levels 0 to 5, higher after that. Okay, yeah, higher, please. Maybe 10 to 15%. I think the spread of TTK between mobs that are a few levels lower than you versus mobs that are yellow to you is too wide. I would probably agree with that, yeah. So yeah, solo players will suffer. Exactly. Like people, I don't know, guys. I don't know. You're not gonna get me with the solo thing. I think that soloing should be viable, but too many people are focusing on solo. Well, oh, I'm not going to be able to solo on my rogue. You can't solo on a rogue anyway. How is that going to change anything? Like people look at that and they don't factor in like how good this class can solo versus this other class over here on the other end of the spectrum. They only think about the class they play solo. Oh, well, if you increase TTK, my class that I play will be worse. No, every class will be worse solo if you do that. It doesn't matter. It's across the board. But so are we saying that we should increase the solo ability of a cleric because the necromancer can solo better? Are we going to talk about that, since now increasing the TTK takes away the solo ability of a necromancer? Well, yeah, but what about the other classes that can't? You see what I'm saying? You see where that conversation ends up going? It just ends up being like I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Oh my goodness, look at all the biddies. Thank you so much for all the bits. I appreciate it. I didn't even know they had bits anymore in this on Twitch. It's crazy. Harm Touch is not even on my bar. A lot of people don't put it on their bar. A bit is like it's a currency for Twitch, buddy, that turns into real currency that the streamer can take out later. So very appreciated that they give out some bits. Thank you so much. If you're able to kill things too quickly, it also means it's very easy to solo. That's true. Like if we take TTK down too much, then solo ability skyrockets. There's definitely a balance there. Only problem with longer TTK is that now I'm also taking much more damage and using much more mana for the duration of a fight. That being said, if regen was increased, I'd call for higher TTK. Well, that's a balancing issue. I think TTK should go up, okay? If we increase TTK, we need to increase the ability for healers to be able to heal longer fights. So therefore, mana health to mana ratio should probably increase, the amount of health that you gain per point of mana. Or we could also increase meditation skill. Meditation right now locks in at 225 skill. So it doesn't you can't meditate faster as you get higher. 225 skill is what? 45? Yeah, 45. So at level 45, meditation caps. You do not meditate faster starting at level 45. That slows the game down considerably for any groups because they're not meditating faster, and any spellcaster in general if you're trying to solo. So like you have to balance it all, right? We can't just say, let's just increase TTK and leave everything else the same. No, we need to increase TTK and then balance around this new TTK number. The only levels I worry about solo is the very first 0 to 5. Yeah, I agree. I think the first 5 levels, those are the only levels that people really should be able to solo effectively and efficiently. After that, I think it should always be better in a group. Always. But that's my take. I'm not saying that you shouldn't be able to solo, and that's another thing where people get this confused sometimes when I say that groups should be better. That doesn't, we use so you don't like waffles, right? I love pancakes. I also love waffles, but I prefer pancakes. I like groups. I also like soloing, but I prefer groups, right? I think that groups should be the better option. However, if you hand me a pancake, I will enjoy my pancake. I want to be able to play the game by myself as a cleric and do everything. Yeah, solo ability is too accessible at the moment. I agree with that. I think solo ability is too accessible, especially for about 7 classes. I think 7 classes, it's way, way, way too good. Higher TTK makes dots and more things useful as well. I agree with that, yeah. Higher TTK would help the Necromancer and the Shaman and the Druid be able to do more with their dots. TTK at lower level is a little off, but in the upper levels feels better. And again, that's another thing I would agree with. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that level 50 to 60 feels a lot better than level 1 to like 45 as far as TTK. TTK in those low levels, guys, we're going to be blasting through the first 20 levels of this game so fast, you're not even going to realize that you did it. Then it's going to slow down so much, and you're going to be like, what's happening? It's going to be an issue. Got to try it last session. I tried Archer. There were abilities up to 16. Safe to say there will be more as we get into beta. The only reason I ask is something else, whether or not description has them increase as the level goes up. So, yes, right now the martial classes, your monk, your rogue, your fighter, and your archer are kind of like your martial classes, right? Those do not get many abilities past level about 16. And in fact, I don't think any of them get abilities past level 16. So no, those are not meant to have a lot of abilities. They are not meant to have a lot of utility. They are meant to do their one job, DPS or tank or whatever. They're meant to have all their abilities up front, and they might get some more. There's been a lot of complaints lately, or a lot of discussion lately, saying that they should get more. They should get more abilities as they level up. I would like to see it. I'm along with a lot of you that I would like to see more of those abilities. But as of right now, no, they are not going to be getting them currently. Give my rogue poison early on, other than the level 20 poison recipes. Yeah, we need to add rogue poisons need to be added in before they balance, because a rogue right now is not a good DPS. It's supposed to be a top tier DPS, and it's below literally every other class in the game other than the healers and like paladin. It's going to be higher than a paladin, higher than healers, higher than a bard that's not charming, higher than a enchanter that's not charming. But it's, those aren't DPS classes, but the rogue is supposed to be a DPS class, and it's just not, it's not functioning as a good DPS. You got lots of great shout outs from Sean yesterday. I did. Yeah. Sean's been very supportive of my stream and very supportive of me, and I really do appreciate that. So big shout out back to Sean as well. I love what Sean's doing. how, you know, he doesn't want to take any money from anybody, even through his stream until the game comes out. And then, you know, he'll get paid, and he's going to hopefully if the game is successful, he'll get paid, you know, a good amount when the game comes out. I think Sean is a very level-headed developer, and I'm glad that he's kind of at the, you know, he's kind of the CEO or whatever of this company. Like, I mean, there's obviously 3 owners of the company, and he's one of those 3. But I feel like Sean is, you know, he's the guy, and I'm glad that he's there. I'm happy to see him there. Thank you so much for the subs. I appreciate it. Look at all the subs. Gifted community sub. There he goes. Justify. Thank you so much for the gifted community subs. Do appreciate that. Very, very much appreciated. Really helps me continue to keep this stream going. So hopefully we can keep doing that going forward. I'm a primary solo player due to real life needs, and I totally agree. Groups should be more efficient, like you said. Have 2 to 3 classes to be good at soloers, but yes. So I'm right there with you, Merserker. That is the thing, and that's the big argument is, well, what if I don't have time to always dedicate hours to a group? Totally get where you guys are coming from. I support solo play, and I think it should be viable. I think it needs to be more viable for more classes, in fact. Like right now, you have 7 classes that can really do it, but mostly because 4 of those can charm. That's why they can do it. That might be too many to some people. I personally think that every class should have viability in soloing, although some classes are clearly going to be better than others at soloing. I would say, you know, 2 or 3 of them being able to keep up with some group XP is okay. But right now we have at least 7 that are able to do better than group XP. And that to me is a problem. The issue comes in where if everybody can solo, why would you, if you can solo better than you can group, why would you group? And then now you have certain classes like your fighter, your rogue, your cleric, your paladin, your inquisitor. Those classes kind of require a group. Now they're going to be sitting in town LFG for hours on end before even getting a group, and then they're going to need to maintain that group for hours on end to be able to grind out experience. I don't think it's fair to them that you as a solo player can just jump in and instantly start getting good XP without the need to do anything else. That's why I think that the group gameplay should be so much better than solo gameplay, is because they first have to look for group, they have to get the group together, they have to get to their camp, they have to maintain that group for some duration. It's a lot more effort for them to get experience than you just log into game, start killing, right? It's a way more difficult. So that's why I think it should just be better. And you know, you can disagree, but I don't see how anybody can disagree with that unless you're just very selfish. Like, nope, I disagree. I think that I should be able to solo just as fast as anybody in a group without putting in any of the effort. I don't understand that. What? Definitely have to solo due to my on player. Okay, so I think I read that. I'm aiming to find a class that can solo decently, but is welcome in groups. I would say that Archer is going to solo decently, and anybody's going to be like, yeah, absolutely, we'll take an Archer for our group. Their amount of DPS is amazing. I think that a Druid can solo pretty efficiently, and groups are going to want a Druid because they're going to need a healer. You know, healers are going to be a commodity in this game, and I think that anybody that's willing to play a healer, you know, but they can still solo fairly well. Enchanters are going to be able to solo well and be in a group. Bards are some of the best soloers in the game, but any group would also love to have a bard in their party. So there's a lot of options there. I think if you want to try to be able to do both. I just want 1 to 15 to be a 1 to 2 day endeavor, and if it slows after that, I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think getting into the game shouldn't be hard. Like, your first day in the game, it should be learning the area, finding your trainers, figuring out where to sell stuff, and that kind of stuff. Figuring the game out should be your first day, maybe gaining 2 or 3 or 4 levels. If you can, go out and kill a few monsters, gain a couple of levels. Second day in the game, you've already figured out all the things that you need to know. I'm going to gain just a few more levels, get up to maybe level, 8 or so, 10. And then at that point, yeah, absolutely. I think the grind should start. Those classes that stop getting skills at level 12 to 14 are just less exciting compared to classes. Yes, they are less exciting. Yeah. Your skills as a martial class scale according to your level, though. Yeah, I guess. Yeah. Monk was a lot of fun. I think Monk's fantastic. Yeah. First time catching your stream. Nice to be here. Thank you so much, Robert. Oh, it's Robert. We're listening to your music right now, Robert. Here, we'll turn it up for a second. But yeah, we're listening to your music in the background, bud. Thank you so much for making some beautiful, amazing music. Absolutely love it. Yeah. Welcome, my friend. Welcome. Glad to have you here. It's simple. I'm retired. I group with my guild in the evening and during the day I solo. Yeah, and I think that's great. I think it's great. Do you have an opinion on this loot system idea? On this loot system idea here? Did they give an idea? Oh, like on how to fix it? Round robin, master looter? I mean, I don't see an issue with giving the option to a group, like saying that it's automatically a round robin or automatically a master looter. But this does not affect me at all in this game. That's why I don't want to give too much of an opinion on this, because I'm going to be playing, most of my gameplay is going to be in a static group, at least up until I hit level 60. And then I'm going to have my main character. I might go and play, some random low-level characters and level up, especially when we're streaming the game, after I've gotten level 60, after we've done our raid encounters for the week or whatever, and I'm just leveling up some fun characters, I would love to join groups with the community and just hang out with you guys, in which case I'm not going to really care about loot that much. So this doesn't matter to me. However, thinking back to my days of EverQuest or my days in World of Warcraft when I was younger and I was soloing a lot, and I was in random pugs, I think having a round robin option and a master loot option, I think those kind of options wouldn't be necessarily a bad thing for this game. But I do think that there should be some more socializing. So that's kind of where I'm at with it. Would you say overall Monster Memory would be better than Pantheon? Yes. Yes, absolutely. No questions asked. It's going to be a better game, in my opinion, for what I'm looking for. Charm makes TTK insanely fast. Yes, it does. Charm right now is a whole other animal. When we talk TTK, I think TTK needs to go up for your standard average group. The problem is when you factor in Charm, you always want to put a Charm character in your party. If you have an option between let's say you have 3 classes in your party. You already have a tank, you already have a healer, and you already have a DPS. Now your option is, can I add in a bard that can charm something, like a bard that's willing to charm, or do I want to add in an archer for more DPS? Bard. Always add in the charmer, because charm is just too good. It's literally the only question. Like if one of the 4 charm classes asked to be in my group and another person asked to be in my group outside of that, and they're not a charm class, or even if they are a charm class, if they're not willing to charm, I'm going to take the person that's willing to charm and can charm whatever monster that I'm fighting. Every single time, because charm is that good. If you want to encourage grouping, soloing does need to be punished as much as possible. Yeah, I don't think it needs to be punished necessarily, but yes, it's going to look like a punishment. But a group can take on harder mobs with better loot. Yeah, that's a cop-out, Wolverine Tooth. That's a complete and utter cop-out. The reason I say that is because what's stopping you from being the solo player that joins the group, gets the loot, instantly leaves the group, and goes back to soloing? You're just going to make it harder for those people that are trying to group. Because they're having to now replace you. They're having to now deal with, oh, we got to get you to the camp. We got to get now you got your item. You're leaving the camp. Now we got to go and replace you. We got to get somebody else new to the camp. It's a pain in the butt. And solo players do it too often. Way too often. It's just terrible. Was it Sean or Nick who said there would be like 10 classes who can solo well? Neither of them said that. Sean said yesterday. I will quote what Sean said yesterday in this regard because it was a big deal when he said it. I deleted it. Sean said yesterday, and I will paraphrase because I deleted my quote. If you can solo as efficiently as a group, then that is a balance problem and we need to balance it. Something along those lines. Soloing should not be as efficient as a group, is what Sean said. And if you can solo more efficiently or as efficiently, that is a balance problem they need to fix. So there you go. You have the information. Sean does not want this to be a solo heavy game. And I would say that his word over anyone else's word has more weight, right? This is supposed to be a group game. It is supposed to encourage socializing and grouping, first and foremost. In the same way that raids, right? Sean does not think that raids should be the be-all, end-all. He wants it to be, more grouping content, people playing together, exploring the world. That should be the bulk of the game. That doesn't mean there will be zero raids. It doesn't mean there will be zero soloing. But those should not be the be-all, end-all of everything in the game. Will you get better loot from raiding? Sometimes, most of the time probably. Yes. Will you be able to solo on some classes very efficiently and effectively? Yes. But the main bulk of the game is still going to be grouping. They don't want every class soloing. So hopefully that explains. I don't know. I think a lot of people take like something that one of them says and just kind of blows it out of proportion. And then it becomes rumor. How much better should group XP per hour than solo to balance it? Double the rate? I mean, I don't know. I don't have a number for that. I would say that it leads... The thing is about grouping and soloing and all that is if you take, like we said before, 6 really good solo classes and put them in a group of 6 players, all of them soloing separately, but in a group of 6, you're going to get the most XP in the game. You're going to get literally the best XP in the game. So, like, how much more? I don't know. Bards can solo in this game? Yeah. Bards can solo. They do a thing called swarm kiting, where they charm one mob and then they have other mobs beat on that mob, and they charm another mob, and then they end up killing the mobs when they get really low in health. It's called swarm kiting. They've kind of put a little band-aid on it recently to make it a little bit harder to do, but bards are still very good at swarm kiting. So yeah, bards solo super well, even with the recent changes to charm. Yeah, exactly. What do the starting areas look like after a server wipe fresh start? They're going to be congested. It's going to be a nut house. Absolutely. Absolute bonkers. So we'll have to see how that plays out. Sean was talking about that yesterday as well. Concurrent users they want for early access is 1,000. Approximately 1,000 concurrent users. But if they have 1,000 people just thrown into Night Harbor at the very beginning, it's not going to work. So what they're probably going to do is they're going to cap out the amount of people on a server and open up more servers. And then as those people start to spread out, they might merge servers together to keep the population high. Or if the population continues to grow, they're just going to add more servers. So luckily, they have a plan in place for that, where they're going to be able to expand and contract the number of servers that they have kind of on the fly, so that hopefully we keep the numbers okay. The congested servers, though, are going to be super congested. There's going to be players everywhere running around, all tripping over each other. It's going to be a madhouse in the beginning. 100% correct about the grouping. I know when I played EQ, there were days I don't want to deal with all putting together groups because the effort and time wasn't worth it. Yeah, but I know groups are more fun. Groups are absolutely more fun. You hope to get better gear. That's another thing that's another problem, by the way. To go back to what Wolverine Tooth was saying is that in a group, you get gear. Well, right now, for certain classes, especially those 4 charm classes, gear is not mandatory. You can go from level 1 to 60 basically in just basic gear that you just pick up from killing whatever it is that you kill. You don't need much. Then you can just craft a few things here and there, buy them off of other players, etc. You don't need to really gear up. to get to level 60 for those really good solo classes. That is also part of this equation and part of the problem. And that's why Sean is trying to work with Rich, and Rich is trying to do itemization better. They want it to be that as you level up, if you don't have some base tier of gear, you're going to get your butt handed to you. So from level 1 to like 10, yeah, you can wear basic starting stuff. When you start fighting level 10 stuff, you better start gearing up a little bit, because by the time you hit level 20, those mobs should be hitting hard enough. They should have more health, be hitting harder, more armor class, more spells, more abilities that they're using, and you're going to need to gear up to be equal to that. If you don't gear up, you're going to be in a world of pain. That's going to continue to happen every few levels as you get higher level. And if you decide I'm going to be 100% soloer right now, you can do it. But the idea is that later on, once the game goes into early access, you're going to need to gear up to do that higher level content. And if you don't have the right gear, you straight up will not be able to do it, even in a group, unless your entire group has geared up a little bit along the way. So hopefully that's where we're going to end up getting to. Hopefully. We'll see. Not getting Meditate until level 8 is an SK. Spellblade is very rough. Is it? Is it really rough? I would imagine that neither of those really needs to meditate that much. Do they really need to meditate that much? Because like a Shadow Knight and a Fighter at level 8 are effectively the same class. They're the exact same class. So why would they need to meditate? I just don't see it. Pretty much all the tanks are basically the exact same class from level 1 to 9. Fighter becomes slightly better than the other two because they get dual wield. Not slightly better. It's a pretty big jump. I agree. I would admit it's a pretty big jump when they get dual wield at level 10. And then they get double attack at 15. So from level 10 up to about level 20, the Fighter is definitely at an advantage over the others. But up to level 8, there's really no difference in them. If you're able to easily solo your way through all the way through the levels, the classes that can't will have a heck of a time. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. And that's what a lot of soloers don't think. When we talk about grouping and saying that grouping should be the best, a lot of people go, well, what about soloers? Well, yeah, but the problem is those soloers, when you say that soloing should be good and the best and viable, well, now what about those people that require a group? You want to keep saying, what about soloers? Okay, well, what about those other classes? That's what I'm trying to say is, what about all of the classes across the board? Let's try to make it as even and as balanced as we can. We're not going to. It'll never be equal. It'll never be 100% balanced, but let's make it as fair and equal and balanced as we can without making the game boring. Because if you make every single class 100% balanced, then it's boring, right? You want to have differences in classes. So now we need to think about that as well. Well, if we're going to have differences in classes, then we need to have reliance between classes. My class relies on your class, and we both rely on this third class to be able to function properly. That's called grouping. So then you group everybody together, and if everybody relies on everybody equally, then grouping becomes the main way to play the game. Just make the XP better for grouping, problem solved. Yeah. Well, like what I just said, though, you don't even have to make the XP better, but you need to make it to where every class needs another player to be able to function well. If you have a class that can do too much and they don't rely on anybody else, then they never need to group. They become way too powerful as a solo class. It really has nothing to do with the XP rate at that point, right? That if I can't solo and it requires me to group to kill a monster to gain XP, it doesn't need to be better XP to group up. The game requires it, and that's another way they can do it. These are all possible options. Start in Phalandraw if you can. If you can start in Phelan Draw, it'll definitely be much better for you when the game first launches, yes. Do they have an ETA on the next starting area to spread out? The next starting area is going to be the Deep Elf City, I believe, or the Deep Zones. I think it's going to be the Deep Elf City is going to be the next starting area, and that's going to be Module 1. So early access is you're going to have 2 starting locations. Technically, it's 3 starting locations if you really think about it, but it's Night Harbor and Phelan Draw. And then Night Harbor has East Gate and West Gate. So you have 2 different gates, but it's the same starting location. How will they handle houses if they merge servers? They have not said how they're going to handle houses. They're going to come up with an issue. Name issues if they merge too early? No. There's not going to be a name issue because of the way they're going to do it. So for the server merges, when they create servers, they're going to create them in clusters. So they're going to say, we're going to create 5 servers, right? That's going to be one cluster. And we're going to have another cluster of 5 servers. If you create a character on these 5 servers in this cluster, and you name your character Criddle on this server, you cannot create a character named Criddle on any of the other 4 servers. That's how they're going to do it. So if they have to merge them, they will just merge them and there won't be a naming issue. When it comes to housing, they have not announced how they're going to do that yet. But they're going to try to have a plan in place, and they're going to explain all that to us when that happens. So we'll have to see how that's going to play out. It is going to be an issue. Yes, it will absolutely be an issue, and they know that it's going to be an issue. The corpses under Phelan Draw will be a high pile. You think so? I think there'll be a lot of dead people over there. I haven't been able to play test. I just downloaded it, and from what I've seen and read, I'm very excited about it. But so far, I like everything I've seen. Awesome. Welcome, Eric. Glad to have you here, bud. I hope to see you in game. Have we seen full player statistics from the playtest posted yet? No, not yet. I know that Ali shared some. Yeah, so Ali has a little bit of that information on his stream that he does every playtest. Sean showed a little bit of that on his stream yesterday. So they had 6,734 unique accounts log in with an average playtime of 8.5 hours on the last playtest. There were some other statistics there. The Archer, Spellblade, Inquisitor, still the bottom 3. The Druid, still the number 1. These are just things that I can remember off the top of my head from those statistics. But they have not published the statistics like they have in the past. Kind of feel like we're much further away to a proper launch than is scheduled right now due to balance issues. We are very far away due to balance issues, Weshmore. Yes, absolutely. That's why I'm hoping that beta, all they do during beta, if anything, is balance. That's what they need to focus on. It is my biggest ask right now of the team. Get the abilities in that are missing and get the classes functioning the way they should be functioning. Get the rogue poisons in. Take away the wizard melee abilities unless you actually want to make that function better. Take away the cleric meleeing unless you want to somehow make that function better. Fix those kinds of things. Then release all that, and then all through beta, balance it. Make sure everything's as balanced as you possibly can make it. Itemization needs to be in as soon as possible and balanced properly. These are all things that they are currently working on, by the way. Like, this isn't like news to the dev team. They know this is all things that are very important. All of that needs to happen very soon. Pantheon is really hard to get really good gear, and you have to do groups and farm specific mobs. Do you think M&M will be like that? Yes, absolutely will be like that. That's the plan. That is the idea. I think it's going to be the exact same way in this, yes. Always be balance issues. How many classes? Yes, there's always going to be balance issues, 100%. They're never going to be able to balance things 100%. It's not going to happen. Hang on. I'm getting... yeah. Yes, Isar, I saw your text. Anyway. I can see... I can't see how anyone in bronze plate is tanking 20 to 30 range. Well, that's the thing, Magicot. So, like, tanks are required to gear up. That's another reason that tanks always have to group. Not for just the XP, because they can't really solo, but tanks are required to get gear. You know, like that. This is something that some people are going to like, some people are not going to like. But this is a lot of reasons why in guilds tanks have loot priority. They generally give the gear to the tank first, and then leftover gear goes to everybody else because they're the most important role to get gear. It's required of them. So yeah, I think that's why they're trying to change that for the other classes. The intelligence casters are the least gear dependent, and they know that. So like right now, intelligence casters, like I said, could level from 1 to 60 without much gear at all, whereas any of the tanks, most of the melee DPS would need to get more gear. Like tanks have to have gear, melee DPS need it a good bit. Healers can kind of use it, but can kind of get away without having it. And then int casters, of course, could use it and it helps them, but it's not really mandatory. So that's kind of the hierarchy, I guess, when it comes to that. And they want to make sure that they fix that. Hopeful for itemization overall as wizard, leading to best items. So yeah, I would like to see a more itemization overhaul, especially for int casters. And I don't even play an int caster, so I'm 100% for you all that are playing these int casters. Right now, the only thing that int casters can get, more intelligence for more mana. There are a few items in the game that can give you mana regeneration, which is probably the best #1 thing you could possibly get. And then there are some spell haste items. Outside of those items, there's zero reason for an intelligence caster to need to gear up. The spell haste is even kind of like do you really need it? You don't, because it's not about how quickly you can cast those spells, because you're only going to cast like 1 or 2 per fight. So it doesn't matter when you cast them, as long as you get it off during the fight. Doesn't matter. Spell haste is a little bit better if you're soloing, and it's a lot better if you're a healer. Those are the two things that are good for spell haste. Or if you're a tank, like a hybrid tank, spell haste can be good for you because you're trying to get the spell off before you get interrupted. So it can be also good there. But yeah, like I think that we need to have more things for that. Can you give a shout out if there's any Germans who want to grow, to group up on March 1st? Uh-oh. Any Germans in chat? Ram, how do you pronounce that? Ramjahika? Looking for Germans. Seems like I'm the only German here. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know who's here from where. Mana recovery pre-10 is so rough. Pure casters take too long to recover the resources based on... Well, yeah, but I think that the idea is when you're lower level, under level 5 for sure, 10 definitely you need to start doing that. But that's kind of why we were saying groups should be the primary focus. But from 1 to 5, everybody's basically the same. Well, definitely from 1 to 4. Until casters get their level 4 spells, you're basically the same. Run up to something, melee it, kill it. Run up to something else, melee it, kill it. We're all doing the same stuff. But yeah, I honestly say group up at level 1 if you can. I'm giving you guys my tips. Pro tip: group up at level 1. It doesn't matter who you group up with. Group up at level 1. Get 6 people in your party and just continue to solo stuff. You're gonna level faster. It's just better. Balance isn't a priority, in my opinion. 20-year-old MMOs still struggle with balance. No, well, okay, so yeah, we're not talking about like 100% balance, but what I'm saying is balance is the issue in this game because you have such an imbalance in the game. You have players that are able to solo so well and level from 1 to 60, and then you have other classes, classes that can solo well from 1 to 60, and you have other classes that can't solo well at all and are going to struggle to get to 60. You got to bring those a little bit more in line. You got to fix something to balance that out. There's other things as well. As it's not, like nukes versus melee, right? You have a spellcaster that's trying to cast a nuke versus melee that's just constantly hitting mobs. The balance to those is like this. It's literally like this. It's so crazy out of balance that it needs to be closer together. to even launch the game. Now, is it going to be a perfect balance? No. And that's what you're talking about, where you're saying even 20-year-old MMOs are still trying to tweak balance. Of course they are. Every time you add a new ability, every time you tweak one ability, it's going to cause something else to happen. There's always going to be an imbalance. But the imbalance being here versus this is very different. Right now, we're here. We need to be here, right? So that's kind of where I'm kind of going with that. Ideally, the solar would just kill 1/6 the rate, approximately. So yeah, if you're trying to group up, well, no. Right now, in a full group, you only need to kill mobs 4 times faster than a soloer. So a group of 6 needs to kill 4 mobs to a soloer's 1 mob to maintain the same XP per hour. The problem is that soloer, in a lot of cases, if you're a charm class or if you're an archer or certain classes, are able to kill, 2, maybe even 3 mobs to that group's 4. So they're able to just exponentially level faster. So that's kind of where the problem is. But yeah, ideally it could be anywhere you want. It's about that balance. Like we could make it to be 1 kill for 20 kills, but the way that you could make it so difficult for that that solo player to kill that 1 mob that another group, a full group, could kill 20 in the time that one player kills 1. You could do that and it would still be imbalanced. So it doesn't matter if it's 1 to 4, if it's 1 to 6, if it's 1 to 100, as long as you just balance that as close as you can. Minus the XP bonus for grouping, that might work. Yeah. Good afternoon. What's going on, Helter Smelter? How you doing, bud? Charm needs to be pushed up into the 20s or something for most classes as baseline, maybe higher. I don't think the level really matters on it. It just needs to be toned down in how good that charm is. When you charm a monster, I don't think that monster should be as strong as it is outside of charm. When I'm fighting a monster, it's at 100% strength. When I charm the monster, it should be at like 50% strength. Now, people are going to say, no, I don't like that. Those people are charmers. Anybody that wants to charm and wants to solo with charm is gonna fight that tooth and nail. But what I mean by that is NPCs in this game are much stronger on a equal level basis. You could have the best gear in the game and like literally maxed out gear, and I'm level 40, and I go up against a level 40 monster and we go head to head. That monster's probably gonna kill me. In most cases, unless you are playing certain classes like a necromancer or you're kiting it with an archer, if you're trying to go head to head with it though, that monster is going to destroy you. The problem is with charm is now we're taking that monster and putting it up against another monster of the same level, and all I got to do is cast charm on it. So I feel like charm needs to significantly, not a little bit, significantly lower the amount of damage output, especially that they do. What would you say is the best tank in a pair with a cleric for a static duo? A static duo, if you don't want to add anybody else, I would say a Shadow Knight or an Inquisitor. Those two would be very, very powerful with a cleric. I mean, a fighter will work in every situation, but the Shadow Knight's going to bring more utility. The Shadow Knight is going to be overall the best because it's going to be able to pull with Feigned Death. It's going to be able to snare mobs with its snare abilities. It's going to have some defensive cooldowns that it can use. It's going to be able to do decent amount of damage. It's just overall going to be the best with the Cleric because the Cleric's not going to be doing hardly any damage at all. So I would say Shadow Knight. If you want to go straight tank. Now, if you want to have the best just overall class to go with that, maybe something different. Like a ranger could still be really good, or a monk, or a spellblade. There's also a question grouping ZEM. Well, yeah, Zem modifier though doesn't really factor in unless you cannot solo in that zone. If that zone requires a group to do that zone, then yes, Zem modifier function or will matter. If Zem modifier Or if you can still solo in that zone, Zim modifier's out the window, because then everyone gets the zone modifier. Like everybody gets it no matter what. So it depends on how you use it. If Enchanter becomes Charm at 20, ends at 48, really takes away from the most fun defining part of it. Yeah, I don't think that they should take away Charm. I just think that it needs to be toned down so that you can't solo as effectively with it. That's all I'm saying. Charm can still be great. Sorry, I'm trying to catch up on chat. I'm getting behind again. Holy moly, I am way behind on chat, guys. I'm just going to kind of skim these and try to catch up. Why not be in solo? It's super fun to do in groups too. Yes, charming in groups is also fun and needed, but unfortunately, adding a charm class to a group is just better than adding any other class to the group. And that again makes it to where soloers are going to be better at soloing, and they're going to be best in class in a group, right? So then the classes that require a group, like your rogue, are going to just be sitting on the sidelines looking for group, waiting for somebody to actually accept them when nobody's going to want them because they're going to prefer a charm class. Housing is an issue even in a digital environment with potential unlimited housing. Yeah, housing is always going to be an issue. Can you give a shout out if there are any Germans? We already read that. I tried. You had classes played bar graphs on your recent video. Where can we find that playtest? That was we were looking at that during the playtest. Like it was actually during the playtest. That was where that bar graph came from. That was being streamed by Ali. Trying to level a wizard right now, and yeah, wizard is bad right now in a group. It's very good if you can quad kite. Sean showed the recent one briefly on stream the other day. Yeah, Sean showed a little bit of the information yesterday on stream. Abilities for cleric and wizard work just fine. Some of them do, yes. Some of them. Wizard quad kiting is good. Wizard in a group is awful. What are your thoughts? Wizard in a group is awful compared to other classes doing the same thing. Other DPS classes are just way better than a wizard. Outshine them in every way. What are your thoughts on cleric having the pet hammer maybe on a 20? I would love to see it. I don't want it to be a pet. I want it to be like a cast it and forget it kind of thing, but not a pet. It's funny, artists for projects like this always are sort of sitting back going, geez, look at this stuff that needs doing. Going back and nonchalantly modeling hair. What's up, ZBrush? How you doing, bud? I mean, art is always going to be one of those things. It's not necessarily needed to be finished by early access, but the more art you guys can push out, the better. I would love to see where you all are going. Some of the things that I've seen that you and Zukin have done on your streams, I'm just like, I can't wait to see that in game. I can't wait. With like proper lighting and everything, it's going to be awesome. And just like the way that the, moonlight hits or the sunlight hits and all, like those that changes things. Like you guys are doing it like in system or in whatever it's called, in engine or whatever. And you're, with all sorts of lighting and everything around it. And I know that sometimes you show it like without all the lighting, but I can't wait to see it actually in game. It's going to look really cool. Then it becomes tanks get enough to survive and the rest get to DPS to kill stuff faster. Yep. Int itemization is what I'm hoping for. Me too. Yeah, I'm hoping to see it. Sorry if I missed to answer this earlier, but how important is charisma for selling? I wouldn't say it's super important, but it does factor in Justify. So like, the higher charisma you have, you're going to be able to sell for more money. The higher charisma you have, you're going to be able to buy from a vendor for less money. So it does factor in, and it will add up over time, but it's not going to be a significant amount on a single purchase, unless it's a really big purchase. Healers want those haste items. Yeah, spell haste items for healers is definitely big. THJ had a really good way to itemize and requires items for casters. Are you familiar with how they did this? I don't really know a lot about THJ. I'm not a fan of what THJ did. because I don't like they basically turned an otherwise group game into a solo game by allowing you to be 3 classes. I think it's a really cool idea for certain types of play styles and certain types of people, but I didn't go and play it and deal with all that stuff. So I don't know how they did itemization there. Would be interesting to have a cleric have a potential buff, debuff, extra mana from sitting. Yeah, I would like to see something like that. Why is it better to solo stuff with 6 people in a group? Is there some sort of XP bonus? Yes, there's an XP bonus for being in a full party of 6. Well, for being in a party, there is an XP bonus. Adding in 1 player, there's really no XP bonus. Adding in, if you have 3 or more players, there is an XP bonus, but that XP bonus is different depending on how many additional players. Having 6 players in your party is the overall most XP bonus, and it's going to give you the most XP. If you have a good group of 6 players that are efficient and effective, it is good. If you do not have that, it is not good. Now I love grouping, but do you think forcing others to group will push people away from the game? Maybe, but so will not having a map, the graphics, the death penalty. Guys, there's so many things that are going to push people away from this game that they're going to... If somebody doesn't want to play this game, they're going to find a reason that they're not going to play it. And they're going to be like, graphics suck. Music sucks, which it doesn't. Robert is amazing, and just like music is probably the best part of this game. Anyway, they're going to find a reason they're not going to like it, and it doesn't matter what that reason is. They're just going to harp on that reason. So I don't think that forcing players into a group is any different than not having maps or not having Unreal 5 best graphics in the game or the death penalty, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think it's any different. Probably a nightmare to balance. I don't know what that one's about. Push some people away, yes. Casters, healers, very weird. I'm trying to catch up, guys. I'm reading super fast. I don't read very fast. I don't read very quickly. I'm a slow reader, in all honesty. The white hair is actually a bug and is not applying the hair tint. Uh-oh, that's not good, ZBrushed. Charm seems pretty OP. I mean, I would say Charm is OP, but people will argue against me. I mean, I'm going to say they're wrong, but yeah, I think Charm is too OP. The solo group balance is as simple as mob placement. It's not, though. If less mobs are solo after a certain level. So yeah, there's certain spells in this game, though, Kel, that allow you to split camps up. A necromancer is able to pull a bunch of mobs and then feign death and then wait and try to split mobs off. A monk can pull a bunch of mobs and feign death and split mobs up. That's just one way to do it. There's also a skill called Placate or Unity that's able to lower the aggro radius on mobs so you can pull one at a time. There's a lot of ways to split up. So it's not as simple as mob placement. That does change things, okay? Having one mob just be out in the middle of a field, easy to go up to it and kill it. Any class can do that. Having 2 mobs side by side, obviously that makes it a little bit more difficult. Having 10 mobs in a circle around a campfire makes it a lot more difficult. But there are ways to do that. So it's not as easy as that. I wish things were that easy. I wish that all of our ideas of, oh, it's easy, increase TTK. Oh, it's easy, lower mana cost. Oh, it's easy, reduce resist. These are all great options. Yes, they're great, but there's always going to be a flip side to every single one of these things that we have to think about. Like every single time. I can tell you the flip side to literally any of your solutions that you come up with. And I'm not trying to do that in like a negative way. I'm just trying to say, okay, well, yeah, that's a possible solution, but let's think about the other side of it. I wish so many classes didn't have access to Charm. I do too. What kind of duration does Charm have? Charm is anywhere from 1 second up to 20 minutes for some classes. The Druid, for example, can charm a beast up to 20 minutes. It probably will not last that long, by the way. But it's got a random chance to break. At any time, Charm can break. So there isn't like a guaranteed... There's only one charm in the game that is guaranteed to last, and that's the Inquisitor charm. It's a 20-minute cooldown, and it guarantees to last for 1 minute. Other than that, there's nothing else is guaranteed. Charm needs more chances to break. I agree. I wholeheartedly agree. Justin Beard coming in with the follow. Thank you so much. Justin Beard, I see you all the time in Sean's stream. All the time. You have been an avid watcher of Sean's stream for I don't know how long. So I know you've been around way longer than I have. So thank you for being a major supporter of this game for such a long time. I love seeing people like you. And I know there's more of you out there. I just recognize his name. The Wizard DPM thread just keeps getting bigger and bigger, does it? Wizard DPM right now is so garbage unless you're quad kiting. I used my 50% charisma buff and tried to sell items and the price didn't change. Did it not? It should have changed. Maybe your charisma just didn't go up to the next tier. Maybe, like, what level were you? What was your charisma? What was your faction? Faction also is factored in with that. Like, the higher your faction, the more you sell. The lower your faction, the less you sell for. I don't know if maybe really high faction caps out your sell rate. So maybe you are comrade, so therefore your sell rate was already capped and charisma didn't increase it further. I don't know the nuances of all of that, unfortunately. Gonna make an enchanter charm players buy from my kiosk. I hope they add a holy light utility ability to clerics eventually. Help them see in the dark. So I would love that for paladins. But cleric could be another good one where they can cast it on themselves and just they glow a little bit, right? Little glow up for the paladins and cleric. I think that'd be a good idea. The music at 100%, one of the best parts of the game. I agree wholeheartedly with you. Absolutely. As a paladin tank, very good, viable for 6-man groups. Yes, paladin tank is arguably the best tank in the game. Arguably, I could make an argument for the paladin being the overall best tank. One, most effective health because they can heal themselves, lay on hands. They also have an active magic reduction damage ability, so they reduce they increase their magic mitigation temporarily. They can also increase their physical mitigation temporarily. They're the only class of the tanks that has both of those. They also are the only class in the game that can remove a damage shield in a singular cast. No other class can do that unless the damage shield is the only buff. Then Purge will do it. Yeah, so paladins are fantastic. They're fantastic. Do you get 100% of the mob's XP if you solo? How much of a single mob? Yes, you get 100%. If you kill something by yourself, you get 100% XP. Would you get 100% XP if of it plus a bonus? If it's higher level than you, yes, there is a bonus. So like if a mob is yellow con to you, there's a bonus. And I think if it's even higher than that, there's a bigger bonus, but I don't know for a fact. So mobs that are higher level than you, bonus. Mobs that are lower than level you, slight deficit in XP gain. Do you post or save your VODs over on YouTube? I co-stream to YouTube, so yes, every one of these streams is going to automatically be over on YouTube, Robert, because I'm co-streaming to YouTube right now. Oh, there you go, Umpax. So right now we have 91 people in Twitch, and we have 57 over on YouTube. So love you all. Thank you so much for being here and chatting and hanging out. Luckily, I get to see all the chat in one place. I don't have to like read two different. Oh my God. How difficult would that be? So like sometimes you might hear me read a comment and you're like, who the heck is he talking to? It's probably the other stream. It's YouTube versus Twitch. Level 12 Necro walking into AC like I was king of the place. Same for Fallen Pass. Like I am the enchanter now. Good times. Nice. Love it. Increase TTK as a healer. Don't take a stab. But, okay, what about Druid? If you increase the TTK, a Druid charming is still going to be really good. Like a charm Druid would still be really strong. But anyway, increase TTK, more mana drain on the healer is what I'm saying. Yeah, that's why they would have to balance it. If we increase TTK, we need to make heals more mana efficient. Because fights are going to last longer, so healers are going to require more mana per fight, so we need to make heals more mana efficient. Or just, yeah, we just need to lower the mana cost of heals, which would make them more efficient. So yeah, these are all things that need to happen in the balance side. Of course, I don't have exact numbers by any means, but Torok, love you too, buddy. Critalub, all your deep diving, yeah, that's what we're here for. I love doing this, man. This is something that I've been wanting to do since I started streaming back in like 2018ish. All I really wanted to do was stream MMO content. I specifically wanted EverQuest type of game to stream and talk about and play and all that. I finally have it. So, dude, I am going all in on it. Like, we're going 100% all in. I did the same thing for Pantheon until Pantheon just said, out the window. But, again, we're not starting that conversation again. Sorry I brought it up. But I'm going all in on Monsters and Memories right now, guys. Like, as long as they continue doing what they've been doing, I will be here. I'm loving it. This is 100% what I've wanted to do for a long time. Maybe these strong solo classes need to lose the ability to reduce aggro, and split mobs, given those abilities and classes that can't solo, which will make them even more viable. Well, yeah, but like Monk isn't really a good... Monk is not a good solo class, but it is the best split puller in the game. Cleric is not a good solo class, but it has the placate ability. So, like, the abilities that are on some of these classes allow them to split. But then you have some classes like the Necromancer who can use Feign Death and split pull. You have the Druid who can use Unity and split pull, but still very good solo. So yeah, it's just a balancing issue. I don't think they need to necessarily remove it from those classes. I want to see more codependencies between classes. A class that can do too much is not dependent on anything else. Therefore, it's going to be an amazing solo class. Anybody that can currently charm doesn't need anybody else. Charm is the only thing they need to be able to solo. So, yeah. Used to have a different schedule. I used the live East Coast and wake up at 5 a.m. For his streams. Who are you talking about? Sean? Oh, my God. You would wake up at 5 a.m. for his streams? His stream schedule is, like, perfect for me right now. I love it. I think it's great. It starts around 2 o'clock or so. He might stream today. If he streams today, it'll be perfect because then I can just raid him and we can be done. But I'll stream for a little bit longer. We'll see if he streams today or not. He may not. I don't know. He streamed yesterday, so. He streamed yesterday because he didn't stream the day before because his wife, something was going on with that. I asked him yesterday about it, and I think he was saying that his wife was out to dinner last night, so or something working or whatever she was doing. So he's like, he had free time. Post this as a cleric thread, a Discord if you have not already. Which one? Yeah. Guys, make sure you're doing feedback. If you have feedback, put it in Discord, right? I read a lot of this stuff. I don't read every bit of it, but I read a lot of this. And if you have something you want me to read, DM me. I don't mind if you guys DM me. DM me on, you should be able to find me through the Monsters and Memories Discord. Let me know here in chat. I'll read it. We'll talk about it. I love it. Monster Memory is going to be GOAT. Yep. Esar saying, Robert, thank you. Yes, absolutely. Wait, can we get the soundtrack on Spotify? Oh, and you're going to put it on Spotify? Nice. Love it. I hope you make millions of dollars off of that. Did you guys hear about the guy that and technically it wasn't illegal. He used AI to create bands, he created bands using AI to make music, put them on Spotify, and then used additional AI to create bots to listen to the music on Spotify and made millions of dollars. Did you guys hear about that? Oh my gosh, craziness. And the thing is, that's millions of dollars that you're taking away from like actual artists that are putting their heart and soul into music. It's just, so rough. Each class needs to bring something unique to the group that makes XPing easier. Yeah, I agree with that, Eric. 100%. He's not streaming today? Sean's not going to stream? Aw, come on, Sean. Well, I probably can't stream like super duper long today. Hang on one second. Let me yell for my kiddo, see if he's okay. He's probably just playing Switch. I think he wants to hang out with me this afternoon. We're on Friday nights we do kind of a family night kind of stuff, and we do like pizza movie or something along those lines. So, but he's been sick, so he might want to snuggle. He's still at that age where he still wants to snuggle, and like just get comfy cozy and play Switch or something. So I want to continue to do that because soon he's going to be too old for that. And, we can't be two grown men snuggling on a couch. I mean, I guess we can. He's my son. I'm allowed to snuggle with my son on the couch and watch a movie when I'm like 80 and he's 50. Like, I don't care. But it probably would be weird for some people. We're a very loving household. Like, we're very much hugs and, like very, very loving household. Give me your 6-man ideal group in the current landscape. In the current landscape? Archer. Game 1. You've won the game. I'm not kidding, guys. You've won the game. 6 archers in a group, just like kiting something around, is just stupid broken. Now, you could do like 5 archers and a ranger so that you have Sow and snare, and the ranger is still doing some damage, and the ranger's aura is actually helping you. That actually might be a little bit better. 5 archers, 1 ranger is probably going to be your best group in the game right now. Archer's aura stack, 2 of them do. So you can have your aura on your archer and another aura. So like if you have an aura, if you play a class, the Inquisitor, the Paladin, the Shadow Knight, Archer. Wait, do archers have an aura? Or a ranger? Did they add auras to archers? Anyway, if you have a class that if you're playing a class that has an aura and another one joins your party, you both get each other's aura. If a third one joins the party, you don't get a third. If you are not the aura class and you have 2 aura classes, like 2 Shadow Knights join your party, you only get 1 aura. So the auras stack for 2 players if you are one of those classes. Currently. 5 Elementalists, 1 Enchanter? Nah, that'd be terrible. Nah, that would still be good, but it would not be the best. You're going to play for March 1st on. We're going to do a 24-hour stream. Let's go. I'll join with my Pally Tank Power. Already took 1 week for the beta release. Well, beta, hold on though. We're not going to be doing a 24-hour stream of beta release because we can't stream the beta currently. June 1st, I might do a 24-hour stream. We're still talking about that. I actually have talked to Sean very briefly about it. I don't know if we're going to be able to make this happen or not, but I would love to work with the devs in Monsters and Memories and work with the community and try to do a 24-hour Monsters and Memories stream on June 1st and give as much money as we can to children's hospitals. That would be my goal. That would be what I would love to do if we can make that happen. I don't know if we're going to be able to make that happen, but I'm looking at doing it. So we'll see. We will see. My girlfriend's going to absolutely hate me for that, but we'll see how it turns out. But yeah, we will not be able to stream for beta. We might be able to stream sometime during beta. At some point, they might open it up and allow streams and content from the closed server, but we'll cross that bridge when we get there. Might be confusing it with Ranger True Strike thing. Yeah, Rangers have the True Strike, so that's why I say Ranger, in addition to the 5 archers, would be really strong. You know how Pantheon is really hard to get really good gear, drops, farm. Yes, Bobby. Absolutely. This game will be like that. There's going to be very hard items to get that are going to require you to be in a group. I heard Monk plus Paladin is an extremely strong duo. Yeah, that could be a good duo. I can see that because the Paladin will be able to heal probably well enough. The Monk can actually go into water stance, and their water proc is actually a decent heal. When my Monk, I've got a Monk, Isar, you'll see him in chat every once in a while. He'll go into water stance. Actually, he might be in, right? Yeah, that's probably him right there. Boom. Yep, that's him. when he goes into, like, when we need we'll have like our elementalist in a party, and then we'll have our necromancer in a party. We don't ever heal their pets. They got to deal with their pets. They got to heal them on their own. But sometimes the monk Isar will go into water stance to keep everyone in the party topped off, so that the healer only has to heal the tank, which is me. So yeah, it just saves a bunch of mana. Yeah, Sean did seem supportive of the charity idea. Again, we haven't talked about it directly. We talked about it briefly on one of his streams. We're going to see how it goes. I would love to work with the devs of Monsters and Memories if we can. Of course, in the past, I've done these charity streams in the past, like with Fortnite. I couldn't get Epic Games on board with it, and Fortnite specifically, because they didn't want to take a stance on anything in particular. But I did do a charity stream. Burl, if you're still in here, he knows more about it than I do. I did a charity stream with Fortnite, a 24-hour stream where we raised $6,000 for St. Jude in 24 hours. And it was a lot of fun, had an absolute blast. And then what was crazy about that is I did a 24-hour stream, and then I raided somebody that was supposed to continue with a 12-hour stream. And then it was going to continue going on that way. I ended up having to stream again for another 12 hours because the person that was supposed to stream right behind me or whatever, however that ended up happening, their stream wasn't working properly. Like, they couldn't get something working. So what they did is I played with them and got into voice chat with them. And I was basically like a cameraman for her stream, and I just followed her around everywhere, and she was chatting, I said nothing, and just followed her around for 12 hours. It was a lot of fun. We had so much fun. A stance on it's not about a stance on sick kids, right? That's not, don't think of it that way. They don't want to get, a lot of companies don't want to get involved in politics and get involved with, like, well, what hospital over which other hospital and things of that nature, right? So we'll have to see how we can do it. If we do it, I would say we either do like St. Jude or Extra Life, or if we don't do one of those two, then I would probably say that it'll just go to my local hospital, which is the South Carolina. I live in South Carolina. God, why am I drawing a blank all of a sudden on the anyway, the Children's Hospital, Sean Jenkins, there we go, Sean Jenkins Children's Hospital in South Carolina. That's my local hospital. So yeah, that's how that would kind of play out, but we'll see. I would love to do it. You know, let's try to make it happen within the community. Sean stated he did not want to do streaming for beta for the creators that did not get invited, that would be left out. Yeah, and that's fine. That's perfectly fine. I totally get that, ZBrush, which is why I will not stream. I will not stream beta. I didn't even try to talk about things that are happening in alpha, and I don't even try to talk about that. I will talk about experiences within Monsters and Memories. I have played a lot of this game. So yeah, well, I try to leave out all that stuff because there are certain people that don't have time. They, you know, we don't want people to feel left out. I totally get it. It's not fair. I was a Miracle Baby in 1982, so I always like the charity streams to help kids. Awesome. Yeah. What's up? Just hopped in. Did I miss everything? Any recap? What's going on, Young? How are you? No, you haven't missed a lot. I mean, you've missed a lot, but no, not a lot. Did you also do the 1 hour extra live stream where we had 24 Fortnite streamers? I didn't do that one, Burl. I didn't do that one, no. I did 2 Fortnite 24-hour streams. And we raised like $6,000 on one of those, which was the big one. That was the Fortnite Reddit held this thing. And it was 6 days of Fortnite streaming, 24 hours a day for 6 days. I started off that stream. I was the first 24-hour block, and then there were other people that had either 12 or 24-hour blocks that did the full 6 days. It was so much fun. I thought there would be open playtest during beta that you could stream. There will be open beta test during beta. That is confirmed through Sean and I think Nick. Yes, they will do them, but when those are going to be, we don't know. Sean said he would like to do one a month. So maybe one in March, one in April, and one in May. is the idea, but we'll see how that turns out. I can't imagine playing Fortnite for 24 hours, lose focus to aim. Well, I didn't play. It was Fortnite Save the World. I played Fortnite Save the World, not Fortnite Battle Royale. I'm not really a big first-person shooter type fan. Like, I don't really do that kind of stuff. But Save the World side of things is more of a tower defense style type game. So I played that. A lot of fun. Loved it. And I always do, back then, I always did player games or viewer games where I would start a round and you could have 4 players and I would invite 3 people from the stream and we all played together. And you know, always, it was so much fun. I had so much fun back then doing that. I want to do it again. They're going to take down beta for a playtest. So yeah, when the closed servers, or the closed server, goes. Hang on. Oh no, we got commercials, Robert. That's okay. All good. Get more Robert music going. Yes, they always close down the closed server when they do the open betas, all the time. And that encourages people to go over and play the open betas. I try to play the open betas when I can, but I didn't play a lot this last weekend. I played a little bit, but it was Valentine's weekend. It was also a weekend that I didn't have my son here. So like I said before, I went rideshare driving because I have to do rideshare driving on weekends. That's the only way you make money with rideshare is on Friday night or Saturday night. So I do those to make sure I can pay my bills. Because streaming does not pay the bills. If I get into beta, I would ask what they're looking for feedback on specifically. Right now, if you get into beta, what you need to do, if you really want to help them out, and I'm serious with this, is get into beta and play the game normally as you would if it were early access. So like, think about it that way. If this was June 1st, what would you do? And do that. That's what they want out of this beta test when it launches. At least when they do the fresh start, because they're on March 1st. It's going to be all brand new players on the beta. No pre-existing characters, and they want to see what it's going to be like June 1st. They want to see the XP curves. They want to see how many people are soloing, how many people are grouping. Is the XP rate okay? Are certain classes more powerful than others? Is the economy going to function properly? That is what they're looking at right now for the start of beta. So make sure you are playing as if it is June 1st. Like getting in the beta and then just being like, yay, I'm in the beta. I know these are going to be wiped characters. I want to play all these different characters and I want to do all these different things and I want to learn all the stuff. That's great for you. That's not great for the developers, because the developers need the data. They want you to play the game as if it were June 1st. So that's what I'm going to say. Try to do that if you can. Is that March open or closed? The March is a closed beta. March 1st is closed beta. If you have not opted in, go to monstersandmemories.com. Go here, click on play, log in. Once you log in, you're going to have this little character icon on the top. Right click or left click on that, and then click on this closed testing opt-in, and that'll give you a chance to get in. It's not guaranteed, but that's a chance to get in. By the way, while we're here, I'm curious we're up to 2,080. Oh, wow. Look at this. It's starting to, PvE 1 is starting to separate. Look at that. That's crazy. I wonder, like, what does this mean? Is it because it's the first one on the list? Is it because it's the most populated, so people want to go there? Like, what is the reasoning that this is over this? They're the exact same server. The only difference is the order, and this one says a 2. But they're the exact same. So I'm curious what that is. But yeah, anyway, make sure you're filling this out too, guys. This helps them out so much. This information, like you might think, oh, what's the big deal of me clicking on one of these and hitting save? You're thinking it doesn't do anything. The statistics of this are huge for the development of the game and making sure that they have the right number of servers, the right amount of people on the servers, all of that. This is very, very big. Like, make sure you're filling this out. I will choose PvE 2. I'm choosing PvE 2. Why did we choose PvE? Oh, because Esar told me to. That's why. Esar said, I chose PvE 2, so you go choose PvE 2. I said, okay. I chose what I was told. That's pretty much it. Have a great day. I have to go to a meeting. But have a good Friday. Yeah, take care, Justin Beard. Have a good one, bud. Thank you so much for coming in. Will Monster Memories be a monthly sub? Yes, Jedi. Monster Memories is going to be $15 a month starting June 1st. Your initial point, more would want the fatter server. Yeah, they probably would. Have they talked about a time for beta launch? No, I don't know a time yet. I don't know what that's going to be. Definitely looking forward to no box servers. Me too. I don't want to be on a box server. People will generally flock to the higher population server as long as decline over time. Yeah, that happens, Italica. I'm hoping like this dev team has a good head on their shoulders, and that's why they're going to do the clusters that I was talking about earlier, where they're going to have several servers that are going to be part of a cluster. And then if you join that server, if one of those servers starts to die down in population, they're going to merge it into another server. So like hopefully it keeps the population high. That's the idea going forward, is to have maybe like, let's say they open up 10 servers. They're going to have like a cluster of 3 and a cluster of 3 and a cluster of 3, and then maybe a cluster of, or then one by itself or something. I don't know. But anyway, they're going to do like 3 clusters of 3 rather than have 10 separate servers and then just merge them in that way. And that will allow them to more strategically be able to merge servers and open up servers without having to have too much of an issue of name changes and all that kind of stuff. So that's basically how it's going to work. The poll also tells if we need to spin up additional servers that would combine later. Yeah, exactly. So like if let's say they do cluster servers and they do, this is a cluster of 2, this is a cluster of 2 and 2 and 2. They have 8 servers total. Oh crap, these filled up super fast. Okay, we can add one more server to each of them, and now we got clusters of 3. Or these didn't fill up very fast. Actually, these 2 over here only half filled. Okay, we're going to merge them into one, right? So that's basically how they're going to do it. And then when this one's now full, if it keeps getting more players, boom, we're going to open up another server. And that's what they're going to do to be able to make it, to keep them as... The idea is to keep around 1,000 concurrent players per server. And if it dips too much below that, let's say the dip is 500 players, and then 2 of the servers dip down to 500, they can merge those 2 together and make it 1,000. That's the idea. Of course, it's gonna be a moving scale that, you know, depending on a lot of factors. We'll see how that turns out. I was hoping Sean would give more information on beta lotteries, would start on his stream yesterday. Soon is, yes, that is the only information. I would say March 2nd to 5th, expect to see emails. They're probably going to, like March 1st, beta is going to come out. They're going to allow the people that are currently in the beta, that are already have access to it, make sure everything functions. And then if everything is looking good, and they don't need to make any adjustments, I expect maybe later on March 1st or March 2nd, boom, we're going to get out, 1,000 emails to a bunch of people and let them all play. So that's what I expect. But I don't know. I'm not a dev. I don't have any actual information. This is all 100% speculation on my part, or I'm going to call it an educated guess based on my experience over the 4 decades I have had in gaming and 3 decades in MMORPGs. I have literally been playing MMOs for over 30 years. So, yikes, I'm old. Bring in Z plus 1 friend. Yeah, there's also rumors that you'll be able to invite a friend or 2, or maybe just like guilds will get invites. Yeah. He said weekly. Yeah, he did say weekly following the initial invite March 1st. Yes, exactly. So we'll have to see how that actually plays out. I'm excited for it. I'm super excited for it. You started playing MMOs back in 1999? Nice. Awesome. My first MMO was Meridian 59 back in 1994 when I was a beta tester for that game. Like, that was crazy. That was my, I think I was in 8th grade or something. So a long time ago. The friend invites are very real. Sean said that yesterday. Yeah. I'm not going to say that, yes, they are 100%. They're hoping to be able to do a friend invite. Nobody, including Sean, has said it's a guarantee. But yes, that is the plan. So we'll have to see how it plays out. He didn't say it was a guarantee. No, unless you can show me where he guaranteed it, I'm going to say that Sean says a lot of things, okay? And I watch every one of Sean's streams. I listen to him very carefully. Sean never says, no, that will never happen. And he never says it's 100% guaranteed to happen, because he's smart. He knows that things cannot be 100% guaranteed. And he also knows that, like he's a very intelligent guy. So the hope, just like right now, June 1st is when they want to release the game, right? That is the plan. That is what they're trying to do. They're going to do everything in their possible wheelhouse to get the game out on June 1st. Not a guarantee. That's what I'm trying to get at. The friend thing, yes, they want to do that. They're going to do everything they can to hopefully allow you to invite your friends to play. Yes, they're going to try to do that. Don't bank on it. It's not a guarantee. That's where I'm trying to get. Okay? So I want to make sure everybody is good. We're getting old. Funny, I don't feel old, but when I get out of bed, when I get out of bed, it's so awful. So awful. Soft plans and combos. Yeah, exactly. I just don't want anybody to quote me or even quote Sean or quote Nick. There's a big problem with that in the Discord, where I see people say, well, Sean said, Nick said this. What they said was, and I will tell you what they said, they hope to do this, and yes, it's 99% possible, but it may not happen. Joppa said, exactly, Italica. Joppa said. I've seen it in so many games. So many games. I played UO and a handful of MUDs before getting into deep into EQ. Yeah. I got into EQ day 3 of EverQuest. So when it came out, was it March, whatever day that was? The third day, they opened up a brand new server called Prexis. I joined Prexis, created my very first gnome enchanter named Criddle. That's where Criddle comes from. Literally, Criddle is now 20... He will be 27 years old next month. That's crazy to think, right? I'm 45. I'm 45. I forgot how old I was. I'm 45 years old. My online gaming persona is more than half my life old. What? Crazy. If that is true, I'd be looking for a friend to play with me in the Pacific Mountain Time Zone. Absolutely, yeah. I'll be creating a brand new character. I don't know how many friends, my friend group or my static group, we're talking about making some characters, but I don't know how dedicated they're going to be to the beta. We've put in a lot of time. I will play the beta a bunch. I know that Isar, who's up here, will play the beta a bunch, but we'll have to see. So if you guys are looking for a group, let me know. Maybe we'll slide you in. I'm on the younger side myself, 24. Only time I played EQ is to mess with Project Quorum. I'm glad to see you, Mesric. Sean would love to talk to you, by the way. Every time somebody goes into Sean's stream and says, I never played EverQuest, and they were not even born yet, or they were just like a baby or whatever, Sean is very curious why you specifically like this style of game and want to play it, and where you came from and your background. Sean loves that information. It intrigues him. He would love to know that. So let us know if you want to, or let Sean know next time he streams. Imagine the gaming industry. I'm not trying to speak for Sean, by the way. He just says this every time that somebody brings it up in his chat. Imagine the gaming industry when we're all retired MMOs. I want the gaming industry to be popping off so much when I retire and I'm sitting in an old folks home and we're having LAN parties playing games like Monsters and Memories or whatever in let's say, because I'm 45, let's say another 30 years from now, I'm 75 years old and I, have to go to an old folk. I hope I'm not in an old folks home at 75, but maybe. You know, like I can sit there in a LAN party and we're playing the next big Monsters and Memories game. Oh my God, I would love it. Mario Kart tournament in the home, right? Mario Kart like 52. Let's go. Hey, you hit me with that green shell. What are you doing? I thought we were on the same team. Golly. Over 3K friends who want to get in, people already in the alpha. It isn't going to happen like that. They would never get through the list. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, they can't do everybody, but they are trying to get like 1 or 2 of your friends, or if you have like a guild, they're trying to give out big invites to guilds. Make sure you put that in your little opt-in thing. The answer is simple. Monster Memories doesn't hold your hand, so it's a new experience for many young gamers. I mean, that could be it. Yeah, I would like to invite my real life friends. I was lucky enough to get in the beta invite. Nice. I worry they would not want to put in the time until early access, though, so I probably would look towards guildmates instead. Yeah, that's going to be the big problem, Mesric. There's a lot of people right now that have been in the alpha for a while. They're done, right? They've done everything. They've tested a bunch. They put in their time. The beta's coming up. Their characters are getting temporarily wiped. They don't want to start back over because they know they're going to have to start back over in June. What beta needs are people that are ready to like go hard into beta. That's what they need. They don't need somebody that just wants to tool around and mess around with things. Now, if that's how you plan to play on June 1st, then yeah, absolutely. But they want people that are willing to actually test out stuff, make sure things are working, get them some good data so that they can make the game the best it can be for early access. So I encourage you, if you get into the beta, play the beta. Actually log in. Honestly, it kind of irks me a little bit. I see people sometimes in the alpha, and then when the open tests happen, they're just like, oh, I get a free weekend. I don't have to do anything because like the server's down. It's like they feel like their only time should be put into the closed alpha. And it's like, no, they still need more data. Like, we're here to help them. Like, I was very lucky and privileged to get into the closed server. I feel like my 1,000 hours or whatever that I put into the closed server is justified at this point because, like, I'm here to help. I want this to be a good game. Don't just invite me to the server because I want it for my greed and my, my selfish needs or wants. Like, I actually want this game to be good. I'll go hard on beta if selected early. Not 2 month in beta, though. Yeah, exactly. And I get that. I've been in the beta for a while, let's just say. And it's definitely becomes more and more and more difficult. But I still log in every day. We still go and camp stuff and we do stuff almost every night with my group. Certain people have been kind of MIA lately. But yeah, we continue to try to do stuff. Going hard is scary, though. I went hard on Baldur's Gate 3 early access. Played Act 1 so much when the game released. I was burned out. Couldn't play that. Well, that's the thing, Young. If you feel like you're going to burn out, then just don't get in the beta. Just wait for the... I know this is hard to say. Just wait for the game to release. If it's going to burn you out, just wait. Like, there's no reason to go hard into the beta other than to help out the devs. You're here to help. MMOs are always different than a story linear game. Yeah, they are. Could you give us a quick overview of how the devs will be handling cheat like speed hacks and the like? Seems like in every game it was so I don't know how they're going to handle it, but my understanding of how they're going to handle it is probably a one strike policy. Hey, we know you're cheating. Maybe a temporary ban. We know you're cheating. Stop doing it. And then, you do it again, you're gone. I know that they are locking down on that hard. If you're using even if you're using a mouse or a keyboard, if you're using a mouse or a keyboard that has a macro function on it, they don't even like that. I feel like that's a gray area, but that's me. But yeah, if you are using like actual hacks, they claim They can see that. I don't know if they can or not. They say they have tooling that Swanee created that they can see if you're using that stuff. And yeah, like Encrypt is saying, zero tolerance. If they see you doing it, they can prove you're doing it, you're out. You're gone. Don't share your account with somebody that you don't trust wholeheartedly. They actually say that in here. Sharing your account with somebody is completely up to you. But somewhere in here in the community hub, underneath, is it facts? No, I think it's actually in the play nice policy. I think it might be here in the play nice policy. Somewhere down here about sharing your account. They're going to say, go ahead, share your account if you want to. But a lot of times, can't dispute. I want to read it exactly. Account sharing. Here it is. It is highly recommended that you never share your account, log in, blah, 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 blah. Account sharing is the number one cause of hacked accounts, mass item deletion, guild item deletion, guild disruption, and similar issues. Account bans due to severe disruption using bannable language in public or getting, using software and stuff. This happens a lot. However, they do say we are realistic in the fact that players want to share their accounts, etc., etc. You can do it. There's nothing. They're not going to say don't share your account, but because there are people that like to hack and like to cheat, they're going to do it on your account, not their account, to see if they can get away with it. So be careful with that. Don't cheat. Don't cheat. You write the detection. So there you go. Encrypt writes the detections. There you go. They can see a lot of what you're doing. I don't know what they can see or what they can't see. But yeah, if you're speed hacking, and now if you're using auto hotkey to kind of help, I don't know. I think that there's going to be a little bit of a gray area. I don't know. I'm not a dev. They can answer for themselves. But I feel like certain things are okay, others are not. If you're using something that's like a scripting software, auto hotkey can be very scripted. If player 3 in my party has half health, then cast this spell. If player 4 in my party has a quarter health, then cast this spell. You can do a lot with auto hotkey. That's why they're going to crack down hard on auto hotkey. Now, you can also do a very little with auto hotkey. When I press my E key, it actually presses the L key, right? You can do that with auto hotkey as well. So, I think there's a gray area there. But just be careful. Be careful. Don't try to script stuff. Don't try to hack the game. This is not a game that's going to be hard to hack. It's probably going to be pretty easy if you really wanted to be honest. But yeah. Anyway, player location tracking would be easy enough to track. Yeah. Swanee's tools are state of the art. Exactly. Swanee's got it. They've got it. Firing squad for cheaters. They have certain skills. They know where you are. All right. I have a certain skill set. I heard they have some real voodoo tools. So identifying boxers on non-box servers will be pretty easy, which is good. Yeah, depending on how you do it. There's ways that you can get around that. I'm not going to go into all those ways right now. But there's ways that you can get around it, and there's people that are already trying to get around how are they going to box on a non-box server. People are already trying to figure it out. And, the thing is, how I look at it at the end of the day, I'm a very competitive player. I'm going to tell on you if I see you cheating. Because I'm a competitive player, and I don't plan to cheat. I don't want to cheat. I don't like cheating. To the point where the first time I cheated in a video game, outside of up, down, left, right, BA, select, start, whatever, outside of that Konami code, back when I was a really little kid, I cheated in Diablo 1 with a hacking tool. And I was playing the game. I also cheated in Warcraft. Yeah, the original Warcraft. And I, found ways to cheat using programs and whatnot. I found that what that did for me was it took the enjoyment out of the game. Absolutely ripped the enjoyment out of the game. So I didn't want to I didn't want to do that. And I stopped doing it back when I was like 16, 17 years old. Hang on. So yeah, that's kind of where I'm at with it. If you cheat, I'm gonna tell on you. I don't care. I'll be the big tattletale if I have to. Imagine a boosting service for Monsters of Memory. So ironic. Yeah, it's gonna be out there. I use my computer all day for work. I'm going to have to use extra buttons on my mouse. I hope that's acceptable. Yeah, exactly. That's where, like, if I use my mouse and I program, these are technically macros. I program this button right here on my mouse. I don't know if you guys can see that. So, like, it's a whatever mouse, whatever. Anyway, these little buttons on the side. If I program that button to push, like, my one key, like, there's nothing wrong with that. If I program this button to push the one key, wait for 5 seconds, and then push another key, and then wait for a couple seconds, and then push another key, that is not okay, right? That's where you're going to have a line. So there is a line there. How much they can detect that, I don't know. That's up to Swanee and Encrypt and everybody, whoever's writing all the stuff. I wonder what keyboard mouse macros will be handled, or how they'll be handled. Yeah, I don't know. Impossible to detect auto hotkey. I used it, and I'm not against using it. I don't think it's really cheating. Well, the first sentence you said, impossible to detect auto hotkey. I'm going to defer to Encrypt. It's possible. Okay, it's possible to detect it. However, I think there's a line that can be drawn there. Yeah. I've used auto hotkey in the past. I've used it. Before I had a mouse and keyboard that had, built-in macros and stuff. Auto hotkey was amazing, right? There you go. 100% possible. I'm just saying, guys, like, I don't shoot the messenger here. I'm letting you know that these guys, they're not fooling around with this stuff. They're not fooling around. I think it's hard to detect it in certain situations, sure. But it's not impossible. Not impossible. The only reason MQ survives for EQ is because it's allowed to be behind the scenes. MQ? What's MQ? I'm confused. Same thing, but Diablo 2 killed the game for me. Yeah, it absolutely kills the game for you if you cheat. The only cheat I used in an online game was a Diablo to prevent PvP damage. Well, yeah, that makes sense. I'd be okay with that probably. A lot of monk abilities use scroll through. Macro Quest? Oh, it's Macro Quest? Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. So anyway, when it comes down to cheating and all that, like, A, it's going to ruin the experience for you. B, it's going to ruin the experience for other players. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Like, cheating to me, if I cheat in a game, like I said that I've done that back in like Diablo days and stuff. If I'm cheating in a game, I don't feel any accomplishment. I don't feel like I earned anything that I did. And that at that point, I'm like, why am I even playing this game? It's not fun anymore because I rip the fun out of it. It becomes like it's not challenging. There's nothing. There's literally nothing to it. So I don't know. I don't like it. It defeats the purpose. Exactly. Just don't cheat. Exactly. Nicodemus nailed it. Just don't cheat. Problem solved. I am very fearful because people are going to think that I am boxing and like using macro quests or whatever. Like they're going to think that I'm doing all that because I have a very I have a very dedicated group of friends that plays this game. And right now I do box characters on when I play this game. I absolutely do. And sometimes we'll box our friends and whatnot. But when it comes to a no-box server, which is what I plan to play on, no, we're not going to box. We're going to have them log in their characters. And if they... Now, if they can't actually XP with us, we're still going to have them log in their characters and just sit there because we want to keep them up to date. But yeah, that's how I look at it. Also harmful, but in a different kind of way. What about cheat days for a diet? I mean, I don't have a diet. I don't go on a diet, so I don't have to cheat because I know I'm going to take them. So I just don't do diets. I put a label on them. Their aura looks stinky. There you go. There you go. First time offender should be kept in game but flagged for PvP with full loot. I'm going to report you just for fun at this point. Dude, everybody's gonna report me. It's gonna happen. I'm gonna be streaming, so people are not. There's already people that don't like me. There's literally a guy in this game that just does not like me for no reason. Like Sean had to delete his account, or not his account, but delete his character on last week, and he talked about it even yesterday on his stream. And the guy was in the stream yesterday. He just doesn't like me. For no apparent reason. Well, he probably has his reasons. I don't know. But anyway, people are going to report me. And it is what it is. I'm sure the devs have a handful of players they know they have to watch because they're expecting them to be reported. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I mean, they already know. I know of people in the closed alpha server that have straight up cheated, and they're using programs and auto hotkey and all sorts of stuff. They're doing it now. Like, devs know it's happening. They know who to watch. So yeah. Is it against the TOS to musk it and pay someone to play for us? That's the account sharing, right? I think it's a very fine line. You're not allowed to buy items from other players. Okay, so I can't go into a marketplace, buy an item, and have another player hand me that item, so I've bought an item. If they catch you doing that, then yes, that is against terms of service. However, if I tell my best friend, hey, buddy, you want to log in and play my character because I have to go to work today, and when I come home from work, I will buy you dinner? Right? Okay, so now where's the line? How does that change things? Your friend just played your character while you were at work. They didn't box your character. They just literally played your character while you were at work. That's account sharing, and you bought them dinner. You brought home dinner for your roommate. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's a fine line. Selling power level services, just give me your login info, $300, and that's I don't recommend that. Just like don't buy a key to the closed servers. They don't exist. Don't do it. I would not recommend it. Real money trading has evolved. It would be against terms of service. Yeah. I don't see a problem with account sharing. They don't have a problem with account sharing. Yeah. We just looked at that, literally just looked at it on their Play Nice policy. You can share your account with anybody you want. But if that account gets caught cheating or gets caught doing something against the terms of service and gets banned, they don't care. The devs are going to be like, sorry, something happened on this account. It's gone. It's banned. So just be aware of that. What's the stance of real money trading? Real money trading is a no-go. If they catch you buying an item for real money from another player, but again, like, hey man, hey Isar, right? I'm going to give you guys a prime example. Hey Isar, do you mind going and camping that item for me? He loves camping items. That's what Isar loves to do. He'll work and he'll camp one mob and he'll sit there all day camping it. Hey, if you'll camp that item, I'll buy you lunch. Is that real money trading? Like, I don't know. Is it? Like, there's a very fine line there. He is a friend of mine. I would be willing to buy him lunch whether he camps the item or not. I'm just asking him to do me a favor of camping the item for me. Like, you see what I'm saying? Right? Like, it's just weird. There's a very weird fine line there. Login info IP has changed from California to China for a week. They're just friends. Well, that's another thing, right? I do. Isar lives in West Coast. I live on East Coast. I'm allowed to log in his character and like, oh, I know we're going to have a raid. We're going to have raid at X location tonight. I'm going to log in my character, move it to X location, camp out. Log in Isar's character, move it to X location, camp out. Log into another friend's character, move it to location, camp out. Perfectly legal. Nothing wrong with that. I'm absolutely allowed to do that even on a no box server. I did it one at a time. Right? No boxing involved. I shared an account with a friend. All of those things are kosher. The problem comes in, okay, hey, everybody, I'm going to log in all 6 of your characters, and we're going to move them all at once to this location. Nope. Can't do that. That's the line. So, yeah. Monsters of Memory ethics class. Exactly. That's where we're at. I can tell you guys how to break a bunch of rules. Or I can tell you how to bend the rules to the point before they break, and then I can tell you how to break them. I recommend none of those things. I recommend just playing the game and having fun, if you can. But yeah. Anyway, the devs are sitting here listening to everything and writing all of this down, going, okay, Criddle's going to do this. Criddle's going to do this. All right, cool. Thanks, Criddle. Thanks for telling us all the ways in which you are going to be cheating. Oh, geez. The cup got green screen, did it? Yoink, yoink. Okay. Pre-flag my account. Dude, my account's going to be perma-flagged. I'm not worried about it. It is literally going to be perma-flagged. I suspect it. I don't suspect it. I expect it. Just moving characters to save time later is huge. It is. It's absolutely huge, yeah. Rule lawyers are taking notes. Yeah, take notes. Take notes. Y'all know how to get a lunch out of me? Well, that's the problem. I'm always the guy. Well, not always the guy. I'm usually the guy doing that for other people, though. Like, between me and Easter he'll play more than I do. Like, this dude, holy moly. Like, he'll be on the game 20 hours a day, and you're going to be like, how in the heck is Isar always online? Always. And they're going to think, everybody's going to think, that guy's botting, he's cheating, he's running a macro, he's got 15 people playing his character. Everybody's going to have all sorts of things they're going to say about him. None of them are true. I've known the guy for 20-something years. He's just always online. The dude is just always there. It's crazy. I just expect to be petitioned all the time. Happened in EQ and EQ2. It did, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, all the time, dude. He got petitioned for cheating. Our guild in EverQuest 2 got petitioned for cheating and boxing and like killing raid mobs and running macros and all sorts of stuff. And it was none of that. Oh, well, we did box a lot. We boxed a lot in EQ when we had to. We prefer not to, but yeah, that's a whole other thing. He plays a monk. Isar's a monk. Another real money trade should get banned. No jail, no account suspension, just ban outright. I mean, yeah, if you can prove it. Like, I am the innocent until proven guilty type of person, you know? Like, that's why I'm against things like the electric chair, you know? We'll say the electric chair is equal to that of banning somebody outright, first offense at first sight of anything. Well, let's give them the benefit of the doubt that maybe they didn't know one time, right? I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to box on a no-box server. I didn't know what boxing was, you know? Oh, I didn't realize that I couldn't buy items from another player. Another player said they were selling an item in-game. They just auctioned, hey, selling item in-game, and I contacted them, and they said, hey, Venmo me $3, and I'll give you the item. I didn't know that was against the rules because I didn't read the rules or whatever. Now, in real life, ignorance of a law does not excuse you from the law. That's literally like a legal thing. So, where's that line drawn? But I do feel like we should give people the benefit of the doubt sometimes on certain situations. But people that are specifically going in and like using like third-party programs that are literally like running their character without them being even present, They know they're breaking a rule. They're smart enough to be able to set that up. They know they're breaking a rule. My plan is to get the game installed on my work computer and just try to camp something while working. That's exactly what Isar does, and that's why people think that he's cheating all the time. If you can no life this game, then by all means do so to your heart's content. Yeah. I heard Criddle is actually a Chinese AI programmer. Wow. Not even a real person. I'm not a real person. That's the thing. I'm going to try to stream this game as much as possible, so I'm going to be very open with what I'm doing. Like, you're going to literally see me playing the game, so you can't tell me that I'm cheating. Like right now, I have 0 apps open, right? Other than these apps that you see here. That's it. You're going to see what I'm playing. Like this is how I play. You'll see everything. I don't care. Let's talk classes that need the most work. Go. Rogue, Wizard. Rogue, Wizard, Elementalist, Monk. In that order. Rogue, Wizard definitely over anybody else. Then probably Elementalist, a close second behind those two. Inquisitor. Spellblade is another one. I don't think Spellblade needs a lot right now. I think that Spellblade functions in its role very, very well. Almost, actually, it functions too well currently as a DPS. It needs more flavor. But yeah. Inquisitor? No, I think Inquisitor is great. Inquisitor is almost exactly where it should be. We'll see Criddle playing and 5 characters on autofollow. That's 100% what you're going to see. 5 characters on autofollow while I play. It's 100%, yeah. That desktop is too clean. It needs to be cleaner. I need to get rid of these things. These are my Sean notes from his February 14 stream where I do my videos. We can delete that. This is my tanks video when I did my tank. This is like what I was my ideas, my thoughts. We can get rid of that. These are, I don't remember, so I don't want to open them right now. And this is my MetaLink Horizon. We can get rid of that. I don't remember what these are, and I'm not going to open them on screen because I don't remember what they are. But yeah. I like to have a very clean desktop. Very clean. GM class is so overpowered, so hard to level. It is. I'm sure it's tough to level. Can't move characters while I work. / autofollow. Yeah, exactly. That's what's gonna happen. See, Isar will he'll be like, hey, Criddle, I need to go to this other camp. Can you take me over there? Sure. I will run him over there, and then he'll just feign death once he gets there and continue doing what he's doing. Yeah, we have a really good. I got a really solid team. It's really it's like me and Isar, and then we have the rest of our team just kind of follows along with where they need to go. That's pretty much how our team works. Good after Windows 11 when all this info and they're forcing AI will be first time using Linux. Oh yeah. When are you getting the caster video? I don't know. What do you guys want me to do next? So I've done tanks and I did healers. I just posted the healers video. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do. Here, let's open up a list. I'm trying to figure out what I want to do next for a breakdown. I thought about a couple different ways. Like top DPS classes. There's 3 of them. Okay? I don't care what anybody says. If you say anything outside of these 3, these are the 3 supposed to be top DPS classes. That is going to be your wizard, your archer, your wizard, and your rogue. Those are the top 3 DPS classes. I'm debating doing a video with those 3 in mind and saying, here's how these 3 different top DPS classes play. If you want to be a top DPS, play these classes. But I'm also thinking about saying, okay, well, you want to be a melee class. Well, let's look at the melee classes. And then you would have a bard, you would have a beastmaster, you would have a monk, you would have a ranger, a rogue, and a spellblade. You'd have 6 classes in that video. Can't do that. I need to break them up a little bit more. So then I'm like, how would I want to break them up? I just don't know. I don't know. What do you guys think? Charm classes? I could do that. Here's your charm classes. But then I've already done druid, and druid's a healer. I thought about pet classes. So we got Beastmaster, Elementalist, Enchanter, and then Necromancer, and make those pet classes. But then you also have the Druid and the Shaman that have. It's just, I don't know. I can't break them up. I selfishly want a video covering Wizard. Yeah, I'm kind of waiting for the Wizard to be finished. Yeah, the Wizard is not there. The Wizard is not there. So that's the thing. When I say the top 3 DPS classes, people are going to be like, whoa, you're wrong. No, the idea is the Archer, Wizard, and Rogue are supposed to be your top 3 DPS classes. As far as damage done per second, they are going to be the best. They're going to have some of the worst utility or the least amount of utility. So that's the plan in early access and going forward. That doesn't mean that's how they currently play. When I've been making these videos, I'm trying to explain how the class plays currently, but more so how the class will play in the future and the idea of the class going forward. Because like the Bard is not supposed to be a swarm kiting class. It's supposed to be, a utility class. So yeah. Anyway, a lot of people are going to disagree with me, but video of what class you think would be the best with each race? Ooh, maybe. That's a different type of video, but yeah, maybe. Int casters seem like an easy skip. Yeah, that could be an easy one. I could do the Elementalist, Elementalist, Necromancer, and Wizard, and kind of compare and contrast those and how they're going to play. I could do that. Monster Memory PvP server guide. What to expect when you are not expecting it. I'm not going to do anything PvP wise. Eminem Dungeon etiquette. How to make groups and influence people. A guide for introverted players. I like that. That's actually a really good idea, Nicodemus. I like that a lot. Any tips on using an in-game macro system and how to how to pull effectively? I could do a pull effectively video once I'm allowed to actually show content from beta, or if I can get an okay from the devs I could log in Isar and literally show you guys how to pull things in this game with a monk. I'm sure Isar would be okay with me using his character to do that. Or I could just record Isar doing it. I could do it that way as well. But yeah, pulling, like how to pull effectively, that's definitely something that I could do a video on. I think it's okay to overlap class groups. It is a little bit, yeah. It is. Top DPS, utility DPS, pet classes. I don't know. That's a good, yeah, those are good. Will the graphics be any better than what they have in beta or the general? So the poly count is going to be the exact same. This poly count is not going to necessarily change much, but the hair on on the back is, yeah, it's going to get updates. Like the details on the faces, stuff, all that stuff is going to get updated and continue to change over time. But the poly count, which is a different thing altogether, is going to stay about the same. Like you might even get different nipples on these guys here. Role-playing guide for dummies. That would be a Nicodemus thing. I thought it was cool. Casters stopped casting on you when you feign death. Yeah, which is currently kind of a bug or kind of a broken mechanic. Because mobs stop casting on you when you feign death, you can cheese that to get a lot of interrupts. You can interrupt spellcasters. I hope that they fix that and change that in the future. We'll see. I need green nipples for your halfling. Oh my gosh. I'm unsure about Twitch streaming restrictions for beta. Would be a good question for Sean today. I'll try to remember to bring it up. Well, I know, Nicodemus, for the start of beta, there is no streaming or sharing of in-game content for the beta, at least starting March 1st. That I can tell you for a fact. When will they open up to allow people to stream the beta? Sometime during beta, maybe, is what they've said. There's no guarantee they're going to allow it, but maybe at some point they're going to allow us to do it. Um, mm, 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 mm. All right, I'm gonna have to check on my kiddo here in a minute. Actually, I'll probably have to just cut the stream short here and just kind of end the stream and go hang out with my son and start doing family time stuff. You know, we've been streaming today for. Why did it only say 5 hours? 9, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, that's right. Wait, 9. So 10, 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah, only 5 hours today. That's not bad. But yeah. We're getting a huge amount of hair models soon. Yeah, we're getting a lot of that. Hope he feels better soon. I do too. I think he's just playing in his room. He's probably playing some Nintendo Switch. So I'll probably go end up playing some Switch with him. Thank you so much for the follows. I appreciate it, guys. People are complaining that they weren't getting plate armor and expecting the swarm kiting that EQ bards are capable of. Yeah, well, they're now getting at least chain armor, I think, right? Aloha. Yep. Enjoy kid time. Yeah, exactly. Thanks for the stream. Thank you so much, guys. Yeah, I do appreciate it. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for the gifted subs today. Thanks for the new follows, all the new people that came in. You guys have, you guys, gals, everyone, try to be all inclusive. You people, everyone has been great. Loving these chats on Mondays and Fridays. So we're going to continue doing these every Monday, every Friday, 9 a.m. Eastern. We're chatting about Monsters and Memories, going over all things Monsters and Memories and whatever you guys want to talk about. And then as we get closer to being it, whenever I can stream it, whenever they allow me to stream it, I will be streaming it as much as I can when I can stream it. Definitely June 1st. Like I said, we're going to try to do maybe a 24-hour charity stream. If I can't do 24, I'll do 12. We'll figure that out as we get closer. So look for announcements if I can do that as we get closer to June. All of that good stuff. So thank you so much for being here, guys. I'm going to go hang out with my kiddo, make sure he's feeling okay, and then do family stuff this weekend. So yeah, go spend time with your loved ones, and can't wait to see you all in game. So take care. Have a good one. See you next time. Bye.